These are our top stories. President Trump warns America is not finished with Iran and that it's not seen anything yet. The Lebanese army begins deploying in southern Lebanon after Israeli forces withdraw under the first phase of the US-backed plan. And ASEAN foreign ministers meet in Manila with escalating US-Iran conflict dominating talks over energy security, inflation and global economic outlook. President Trump has said America is not finished at all in Iran after its 10th consecutive nights of strikes on Iranian military targets. U.S. Central Command has said missile and drone launch sites and air defense systems were targeted. Iran has responded with attacks on U.S. military assets in Bahrain, Kuwait and Jordan. For more on this, I'm joined in the studio by former National Intelligence Manager for Iran at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, Norman Rule, and Hani Sabra, founder of the Aleph Advisory, a New York-based Middle East-focused and political risk analysis firm. Thank you so much for both joining me on the show today. Norman, I want to begin with you, and thank you so much for being in the studio with me. So after a 10th night, Norman, of these consecutive strikes, the US is now hitting targets beyond Iran's southern coast. Trump says in his latest comments, Iran desperately wants to meet. What do you make of the latest escalation and how the attacks are expanding inside of Iran, and also the latest comments about Iran being desperate to meet?
Well, thank you for having me. That's a superb question. What the president is doing is he is expanding the nature of U.S. attacks out of the Strait of Hormuz geography, in essence to compel Iran's leadership to engage in an internal debate. Do they want these attacks to continue to expand as the United States moves north with these attacks, moves perhaps towards infrastructure, and in that debate to say perhaps it's better for us to return to the diplomatic table on the main issues? Iran's response, having very little air defense capacity or even port protection, is to turn to its neighbors, hoping that the international community can be leveraged against the United States. In the near term, each side is going to test the other out and move towards escalation. But the White House's goal is clearly diplomacy and restoring that diplomatic channel to move towards nuclear issues, missiles, and regional stability.
And we'll definitely get on to those issues in the show. But Hani, I just want to come to you because, as I said, President Donald Trump has just been speaking, and he also said the US will be hitting Pickaxe mountain area pretty soon. Why is this significant from the US president?
Well, I think that, what we're seeing is a familiar pattern. What we're seeing isn't really new. I mean, if we go back to the days after February 28th, through the signing of the MOU, Trump would often talk a big game and, threaten to escalate. There's the point at which Trump talked about ending Iranian civilization. So Trump's objective is to, squeeze Iran and threaten, and so that Iran returns to discuss a ceasefire on terms more favorable to the United States. The one thing that Iran has demonstrated, though, is that, it's not willing to have these discussions about a ceasefire on terms that are purely advantageous to the United States. So, Trump may expand these strikes, but the cost for the U.S. will also get higher, similar to what it was when we saw in March and April, which is the Iranians saying, we may not be able to defeat the U.S. militarily, but what we can do is make the economic cost high, right? We can strike critical infrastructure, energy infrastructure, potentially in the Gulf states, which would make oil prices increase, right? We haven't seen oil markets wildly react to the escalation. But, it would happen over time if oil from the Strait of Hormuz isn't exported. And now that we see the Houthis talking about closing Bab el-Mandeb, that's another node of Iranian pressure. So Iran can't match the U.S. militarily, of course, but Iran is trying to make the cost economically high for the U.S. to then bring the Trump administration back to the negotiating table on terms more favorable to Iran.
So, Norman, what we're hearing there is both of them are trying to get leverage when it comes to the talks and to level the playing field. But the American blockade is in place in the Strait of Hormuz, but Iran is also firing on commercial shipping. The IRGC said 2 vessels were on fire today in the strait, in that vital waterway. Iran doesn't appear to be showing flexibility when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz, but is this turning more into an economic war than it is to anything else? Because I think a lot argue that the Strait of Hormuz was open before the US and Israel launched the very first attacks on Iran.
You're correct. It was open, and it has always been for the Iranians an economic war. In the Iranian military doctrine, they know they cannot compete with U.S. technology, with U.S. intelligence, with U.S. The scope, the scale, and the size of the U.S. forces. But by striking the Gulf Cooperation Council and denying the world the commodities, in addition to the energy from the GCC, you in essence are bringing the world under Iran's pressure point. So this is how Iran, in essence, it tries to create a strange diplomatic coalition of misery and pain to, in essence, allow Iran to justify control of the Strait of Hormuz and a larger role over regional affairs.
And Hani, the US military says attacks on Iran, and they've been saying this, are really aimed at degrading Tehran's ability to disrupt ships in the Strait of Hormuz. But given the latest reports of tanker incidents over the last week, 10 days, do you think the US campaign is falling very short of its objective? And also, what options does the US really have to open the Strait of Hormuz?
I think the options aren't particularly good for the US, right? I think option one is to do what they're doing now, right? Threaten to bomb Iranian infrastructure, right, and try to compel Iran to return to the negotiating table on U.S. terms. I don't think that that's going to work. I think that Iran, if it's struck, will escalate its strikes as well. And, you know, one of the things a lot of people have talked about over the last several years is the idea of Iran's ability to engage in asymmetrical attacks, although Iran has engaged in fairly symmetrical attacks, in the sense that, you know, when its infrastructure is hit, it will hit infrastructure in the GCC. So that is an option, right? The U.S. to make a bet that they can, you know, strike Iran or threaten to strike Iran in a way that brings Iran back to the negotiating table on favorable terms. Again, I don't think that that's going to work. The second option is to, you know, roll the dice and make a very, you know, risky and costly decision to try to seize some of the territory in Iran, right? And, you know, that's a big choice. And one of the elements, obviously, that we've seen in the U.S. is a dispute or a debate within the Trump administration. And so, you know, you've had J.D. Vance on one hand, and then you have Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio on the other side pushing for, you know, more escalation. Trump has basically wavered between those two, and obviously there's pressure from the Gulf states and other countries in the region, you know, Egypt, Turkey, Pakistan, you know, and so Trump has his work cut out for him. But I don't think there's an easy option here. I don't think there's an easy answer for the U.S. And I think it's important to look beyond Trump's bluster and look at what the U.S.'s actual options are. And I don't think they're wildly dissimilar to what they were in March and April of 2026.
And let's pick up on that a little bit, Norman, because there's been a lot of talk of a ground invasion possibly in Iran, Karg Island. Possibly there could be a limited military ground operation there. I don't know what you think about that happening and what America's end goal really in Iran is. Do you think it's regime change overall?
Well, I don't believe so. And I think the evidence would strongly suggest right now that regime change is, in the administration's view, is up to the Iranian people. And they've not yet made that decision, despite courageous opposition to a bloodthirsty regime that we saw in December and January. Now, the administration's position is to, as I say, to gradually expand attacks. But you should note what they're not striking. They're not striking leadership. They're not striking major infrastructure. They're not going for these territories yet. If you were to occupy Karg Island, your personnel then become a target for Iran itself. And Iran's leadership has announced today that they would strike their own country to kill Americans. Now, we do have the personnel in place to conduct raids and temporary operations to destroy capacity. So there's no question we're degrading Iran's capacity, but capacity remains, and the leadership debate has not moved where the president wants to go. To move to a different area would, in essence, such as occupation, would place a lot more risk on the United States, not necessarily achieve the goal, and give the Iranians more reason to attack Gulf territories and impact the global economy.
And Hani, Iran's foreign minister, actually just echoing what you said, has accused the US of striking civilian infrastructure. And I find it quite interesting that President Donald Trump has said many times Iran's military targets were degraded and destroyed in the first wave of attacks. So the big question right now is, what exactly is the US targeting?
I mean, not to get all meta, but to answer your question, one thing I would say is that it is important, obviously, to pay attention to what Trump says. He's the president of the United States. He is theoretically one of, if not the most powerful person in the world. But, if you go back to, 2025, Trump said that in the 12-day war, Iran's capacities were destroyed. So it's important, like I said, to pay attention to what Trump says. But, it's more important to weigh the practical elements of that. So, I think that again, Trump is obviously in a phase of sort of blustering, aggressive language, because Trump knows that he faces risk, the risk of potential failure, but there's also a domestic political risk in the United States. As my fellow guest also said, the economic aspect of this conflict has real risks for Trump. If oil prices continue to increase, right, and we're talking now in July, if oil prices are increasing when you get into September, October, and you have midterm elections, that's a problem. But the other thing is that, there is a faction of the American right. I'm not talking about the American left, which is almost uniformly against this war, of the American right that says, this war is a terrible idea. This is costly. You're breaking promises that you made to your constituents when you ran for president in 2024. And, if U.S. soldiers begin to get killed, that gives that faction more room to argue. So it's not just the risk of Trump trying to move militarily in a way in the region that would not yield the result that he wants. And he would essentially maybe be forced to, as the phrase goes, to engage in a taco, a Trump always chickens out thing, but that there would be risk to him domestically inside the United States as well.
And let's just pick up a little bit on that risk to Donald Trump, Norman, domestically inside of the United States, because actually when President Donald Trump was talking earlier, he said Iran war won't have any impact on the upcoming midterm elections. That's what he said. And also talk about the split in the US right, because it's really been played out in the public.
Well, that is correct. I think a couple of points should be emphasized. I'm not sure the American left needs another reason to dislike Donald Trump. The president has been appropriately concerned about the loss of U.S. lives in Iran, and we have not had ground forces introduced. There will always be elements of the right to say that there should be no involvement in foreign affairs or foreign wars, but we are a country with responsibilities, and someone has got to defend the freedom of navigation to stop Iran's militia building, et cetera, et cetera. We're just stuck with those responsibilities. Regarding Trump's statements and how that plays out politically, his job is to keep the Iranians off balance, to keep the stock market high, to keep oil prices low. So that rhetoric, that unpredictability does play into those elements as well. Will it touch the midterms? The Republicans aren't likely to do well, but historically that's always the case in a midterm with any president.
And Hani, I want to just get into a little bit of discussion when it comes to the neighboring countries, because as we have been speaking about, yourself, Norman, and myself, Iran has launched these frequent attacks, and we've seen them on Kuwait, Bahrain, Jordan. Is this part of a broader strategy to raise the cost for US and its regional partners? And Donald Trump did earlier say something slipped through when it came to Jordan, and we've seen in Kuwait and other countries desalination plants being hit, so civilian infrastructure.
Yeah, I think Iran is very, very deliberate in the choices that they make, and it's very deliberate in what it chooses to attack and who it chooses to attack. I think from the Iranian perspective, attacking targets in Bahrain or Kuwait has a much lower political cost than attacking targets in Saudi Arabia or the UAE. Now, Saudi Arabia and the UAE aren't aligned politically as they once were. There are differences between them, but Iran understands that the cost of attacking the UAE or attacking Saudi Arabia is much higher politically, and that's why they're attacking Bahrain and Kuwait. And in terms of what they attack, right? If you think about the targets that the U.S. has struck in Iran, the U.S. hasn't struck those critical infrastructure targets in Iran yet. It may do so, right? But again, what Iran has demonstrated by some of the smaller attacks on desalination in Kuwait is that Iran has the capacity to disrupt and to do these things. And again, from a timing perspective, right? If you were in the studio in Saudi Arabia, you recognize that it's July, it's hot. I grew up in Saudi Arabia. You know that Saudi Arabia is not as full of expats in July as it is in late August when people are coming back for their kids to start school, right? Again, from a GCC perspective, having this war be at a level of intensity that repels people from returning to the Gulf states in September when their kids are set to go back to school is a problem, because then it's not a question just about oil prices. It becomes a question about the sort of broader economic objectives of these Gulf states. And so, the timing of this makes a lot of difference. And again, the choice of targets is very deliberate. None of this is accidental.
Yes, it is, of course, the summer months here, and it's extremely hot, and to not have enough water and electricity is, of course, definitely a concern for the region. But Norman, let's just pick up a little bit on what's happening in the wider region, because Saudi Arabia has strongly come out and condemned the Houthis' announcement of the naval blockade. We saw a statement from Saudi. Trump has said he will take care of the Houthis if they block Saudi ports. What do you make of this?
Well, first, Saudi Arabia has worked extensively with diplomatic tools and with aid and with a political dynamic to prevent an expansion of the Yemen conflict. Its recent strike on the Sana'a airport to prevent the landing of an Iranian aircraft was, in essence, meant to prevent the Iranians from restoring a logistics line that provided missiles, drones, and other equipment, personnel training, which, not to put too fine edge upon it, not only threatens Saudi citizens and the Saudi economy, but millions of expatriates in this country. The Iranian attacks to the Gulf are aimed at multiple nationalities, and the Saudis have done very well to defend this. Approximately 6% of the world's oil moves through the Bab el-Mandab. To move oil around Africa is 12 to 14 days more. It adds to the cost, but it's doable. 2 tankers today have turned around from the Bab el-Mandab just to make sure there's no violence. At the same time, the United States has tremendous capacity. Saudi Arabia's military is highly trained, and Israel is also now a factor in striking Yemen. So for the Houthis, they need to be careful as they move forward. The European Operation Aspides, the naval presence in the Red Sea, brings capabilities, but not offensive, more defensive of nature because of European politics. It's a very different and challenging picture for the Houthis.
And just a final thought from both of you. What do you think should actually happen right now, Hani, if we have a look at the Gulf states? Do you think that we should have a collective reaction to what's happening?
I don't think that's going to happen. So irrespective of what I think, I don't think that's going to happen. It's quite clear that the UAE and Saudi Arabia are not on the same page, and they haven't been on the same page for a while. If anything, I think that this U.S.-Iran-Israel conflict has exacerbated the differences between the UAE and Saudi Arabia. And so I don't think that there's going to be a collective GCC response. And even if there is sort of collective alignment about what should happen, in the immediate term, I don't think it's going to be a strongly coordinated effort between the Gulf states.
Norman, thoughts on GCC reaction and if there will be a collective statement?
There is uniform agreement within the GCC that Iran should not be entitled to control the Strait of Hormuz. It's petrochemicals, it's the fiber optic lines. And in general, there is a complete agreement that there be no fees paid. When Secretary of State Rubio was here, he had all of the GCC foreign ministers, and they made that statement. At the same time, the Gulf Cooperation Council states in this conflict have done 3 things superbly. They've protected their own people. No air defense system in the planet is 100% capable. Second, they've defended thousands, millions of expatriates. And last, they've continued to produce, to the extent possible, petrochemicals that have ensured stability and energy to the global market, to include developing countries. So in a sense, if you're the United States, this is what you want from the GCC: keep everyone safe, keep the world prosperous. We're not necessarily looking for the Gulf states to become an offensive power. That's not going to change the situation, and it could invite further destruction on that civilian population and the energy architecture.
Hani Sabra and Norman Rule, thank you so much for both joining me. Brilliant to have your analysis on the show.
Thanks for having me.
The Lebanese army has begun deploying troops in the southern Lebanon after Israeli forces withdrew under the first phase of US-backed security plan. The deployment is aimed at restoring Lebanese state control and removing Hezbollah weapons from the area. It comes as Lebanese President Joseph Aoun is meeting US President Donald Trump in Washington. They spoke just an hour or so ago at the White House. Take a listen.
Really, I would like to thank President Trump, really, and his team for the historic visit and for the historic achievement that we did together by signing the framework with the ultimate objective of ending the state of hostility between Lebanon and Israel forever. I think, Mr. President, this will be your legacy. Together, we'll be able to achieve this objective. It's about time for Lebanon and for the whole region to be stable and secure. And I know your vision is peace, your vision is stability, and I think my vision coincides with your vision. And together, I think we will be able to achieve and to score success in that regard.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. You have tremendous spirit on your side. You have people that love that country, and they're going to make it work.
We got to make it work.
Right. Thank you very much.
For more on this, I'm joined by Lebanese politician and publisher, Dr. Hadi Morad. Dr. Hadi, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time with me today. We just heard President Donald Trump and Joseph Aoun speaking there. We'll get into that conversation. But the Lebanese army has begun deploying one of the first pilot zones under the US-backed agreement. Do you think this is the first real test of whether the Lebanon-Israel agreement can actually work in the long run?
To be honest, we believe that this is the first time Lebanon is on the right path. The right path in which the country, the president of the country, the prime minister, and all the state responsible people are trying to do one step further in the negotiations between Lebanon and Israel under the umbrella of the American So what's happening right now is something different. In Lebanon, we feel that Hezbollah's actually occupation for this state is being far away, like it happened in the previous decade or the previous decades. So that's why today the meeting between President Trump and President Aoun will do really a great step in the success for the Israeli moving away from the southern borders, and also in addition to that, it's important for the civilians to be back to the south. This is the most important thing from the visit of President Aoun to Washington, and this should actually be happening by this argument also of Hezbollah, because this is right now is the only miserable situation that we are facing in Lebanon, mainly Hezbollah's actually army and the Iranian regime effect on the Lebanese government.
President Donald Trump says he is willing to speak directly with Hezbollah if President Aoun wants him to. How significant do you think that offer is from President Donald Trump?
I think it's an important thing that he mentioned. However, I don't believe that Hezbollah has his own decision. Hezbollah doesn't actually is not responsible only for what's happening in Lebanon and the war between Israel and Lebanon. The main factor in this actually important battle is Iran. Now Hezbollah is being led and directed by the IRGC, by the Iranian corps. So it's not important that now that Hezbollah should be one of the major players to be negotiating things with him, because he is only a mere player under the umbrella of the Iranian regime. That's why I don't believe even if Hezbollah will say to the President Aoun and to the country, to the government, that he will be actually giving his missiles away, this decision will be backfired from the Iranian regime. That's why I don't believe it's so important to have the talks with Hezbollah, as he is the minor player in this issue across Middle East.
And that's really a fascinating thing, because Donald Trump has said he's willing to speak to them. But let's just move on a little bit, because Joseph Aoun, of course, has been meeting President Trump, as I did say to you. And he did thank President Donald Trump for the historic achievement in signing the framework. And he also said it's about time for Lebanon to be stable and secure. But how much pressure right now is the U.S. putting on Lebanon to make sure it can prove that it can deal with Hezbollah?
It's a huge pressure. It's a massive pressure that is being held on the Lebanese government and the President Aoun. Especially, he is now in the States and meeting President Trump. This would make things really worse at the level of the governmental institutional acts to disarm Hezbollah. Especially that the disarmament is not a mere Lebanese issue. It's a Middle Eastern issue. It's an international issue that will not actually only stop at the level of the Hezbollah or the leaders inside Hezbollah. That's why I believe that President Aoun needs the support from the Arab countries, need the support from Saudi Arabia, from Emirates, in order to overcome this battle, in order to overcome this mission. And yes, it's good that we have heard from Trump that he wants to make Lebanon great again, but this needs a massive act. This needs actually a general interferences between the American institutions and the Lebanese institutions and the Arab institutions, so that it can come with an overall collaboration that could do the pressure on Iran to let Hezbollah disarm his missiles and his forces. Unless it will continue like this, the war will continue in Lebanon. And I believe after the failure of the Pakistan negotiations between the States and Iran, things are going really bad at the level of the Iranian regime. The Iranian regime knows really well that the major strength or the major power he is holding is the Hezbollah army inside Lebanon. So that's why we have to know how to deal also with the Iranian regime regarding the only actually strong point he is owning right now.
And you say that they need to be able to deal with the Iranian regime so they can deal with Hezbollah. But it's also important to outline the fact that when Lebanon and Israel have been holding these US-backed talks, Hezbollah has not been involved in any of these talks. They have not been at the table. And Hezbollah also has a foothold in the government inside of Lebanon. They do have a level of support in the country. And maybe the big question right now, when I'm talking to you, and what I think our audience would like to know is the Lebanese army prepared for what's coming for it? Because they're going to have to control these pilot zones. We're going to see a withdrawal of Israeli forces. Are they strong enough to stand up to Hezbollah?
Firstly, I think it's absurd how Hezbollah is trying to deal with this government and with the negotiations itself. Hezbollah is saying that he is never abiding by the outcomes of those negotiations, and its leadership will do whatever it thinks it's better for its own institution. And at the same time, simultaneously, we are seeing that there are two ministers of Hezbollah are inside this government. So Hezbollah is being represented in this government by two ministers who are actually also Lebanese American citizens, Rakan Nasruddin and Muhammad Haider. And this is the silly thing about the situation, that Hezbollah is standing against the Lebanese government decisions and everything. However, Hezbollah is represented inside this government. I believe the Lebanese army, yes, is able to do something at the level of the pilot zones. However, I think the decision is not yet being taken by the leader of the LAF, of the Lebanese Army Forces, and this needs, I believe, much pressure from the President Aoun and the Prime Minister Nawaf Salam in order to let the Lebanese army do its job in the pilot zones and in the in south of Lebanon, and also to overcome the challenges that Hezbollah is trying to put. Hezbollah is trying to say that once the Lebanese army forces go into the to disarm Hezbollah in the pilot zones, the army will be divided. So he's trying to make things worse. He's trying to make people inside Lebanon afraid of a civil war or afraid of the army division. But I believe that the Lebanese army forces are ready to take that mission. However, it needs a strong executive order in order to accomplish this mission.
Dr. Hadi Morad, it was great to have you on. Thank you so much for your analysis. Foreign ministers from ASEAN have opened talks in Manila, with the escalating conflict between the United States and Iran dominating discussions. Leaders have warned the fighting could disrupt energy supplies through the Strait of Hormuz, adding to global economic uncertainty as the region also confronts its own security challenges. Take a listen to what the Philippines foreign minister had to say at the opening.
We live in a time defined by what I call the three U's: upheaval, uncertainty, and unpredictability. As developments around the world continue to strain global peace, security, and stability, it is highly fitting to recall our theme for this year: navigating our future together. We honor the fundamental principles we have successfully guided ASEAN for 5 decades: mutual respect for sovereignty, non-interference, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. These time-tested norms remain the bedrock of our regional stability, ensuring our code of conduct that stands strong against shifting global winds. We must continue this journey together because cooperation is no longer a choice. It is a strategic necessity.
For more on this, I'm joined by Cornelia Mayer, economist and CEO of Cornelia Resources. It's so lovely to have you on, as always, Cornelia. Cornelia, first of all, how concerned should ASEAN countries be about the renewed conflict between the US and Iran, particularly its impact on energy supplies and the economy?
They should be very worried. Hello, Leigh Ann, and thank you so much for having me. They should be extremely worried because 82% of the oil and gas coming out via the Strait of Hormuz goes to Asia, not just ASEAN, also East Asia. But they have been really hard hit. And you've seen that their cooperation mechanism, the ASEAN Petroleum Security Arrangements, the APSA, has been devised for decades but doesn't really work. So you have some countries extremely hard hit, like Laos, Cambodia, also Thailand. Others are faring better, like Indonesia, because they get a lot of their oil from Africa, and also Malaysia, because Malaysia produces LNG. So they have actually money coming in. For the others, it's really, really hard in terms of also balance of payments.
And the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio is actually arriving in Manila, and he will meet the Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi tomorrow. That's on Wednesday, on the sidelines of the ASEAN meeting. What key issues, Cornelia, do you think that these two men are expected to discuss? And of course, they're probably laying the groundwork for the fact that President Trump will be meeting Xi Jinping.
I think you just said it. They will be laying the groundwork for the Trump-Xi meeting, but also they will be discussing the South China Sea, because the Philippines and China sort of heavily contest the South China Sea. So they will discuss that. Another waterway that's contested, so another potential conflict. So they will be discussing that. And they will be discussing, the impact of this. Wang Li will really point out the impact of this this conflict, not just on oil and gas, but also on fertilizer, food security. And as a member of the Global South, he will point out that this is really, really hard on a lot of countries from the Global South.
And can ASEAN strengthen economic ties with China while continuing to push back against its actions in the South China Sea? How split are the ASEAN countries at the moment, I think, is also another question.
Well, I think they can strengthen ties. And, several of these ASEAN countries are part of the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative. So they're sort of, they're in there, they can strengthen it. And I'm quite happy to see that China and the Philippines are sort of in preliminary talks to maybe develop some of the gas resources in the South China Sea together. So yes, they can, and they should work with China. China is a very important trading partner for them.
And let's talk a little bit about the US-China relationship, because how do economic ties with China and security partnerships with the US influence the positions of different ASEAN countries? Because obviously we always see tensions between the world's two biggest economies.
Yes, we see the tensions, and that is really a problem. But the ASEAN countries will have to do what's best for them, and China is their near neighbor. So they will cooperate with China. They also will, especially the Philippines, have started to cooperate much more again with the US. So they will try to be at arm's length with both and cooperate with both. And in a rationally thinking world, that should be possible. But the world is not always rationally thinking.
No, it hasn't been rationally thinking for a little while, Cornelia. We can probably agree on that. But let's talk a little bit about President Donald Trump, because he says the new tariffs on Canada are not linked to the wildfires. So we're jumping a little bit to a different topic. But what is the actual reason behind Trump's decision to up these tariffs on Canada? And I think it affects things like hockey sticks.
Yeah, it affects things like hockey sticks. Look, the relationship between President Trump and the Canadian Prime Minister is fraught. So Mark Carney and Trump don't see eye to eye, and so because Trump is so driven by personalities. We have to expect that things like that will happen. I give you another example. The president of Switzerland didn't get along with Trump in a phone call and a year ago. So he upped at that time upped the tariffs to 35%. They've now come down since then. But a lot of what President Trump does is really personality driven, and how he feels about any given personality at any given time.
But Cornelia, it's fascinating because you say it's personality driven, but in many respects it will have an impact on both economies, higher tariffs, especially because, Canada and the US are basically linked with a border. There's not much room between them.
And they're extremely linked, and they're very important trading partners. and both countries basically depend on each other, and that is absolutely correct. But when I look at the U.S. Mexico Canada agreement, USMCA, I have to tell you that they have really been moving quite swiftly on Mexico, and they seem to be on the right road. With Canada, this hasn't happened yet. And you're right, especially if you are in the automotive industry. These car parts, they get shipped back and forth several times before there is a car actually manufactured. So this is hurting business. But the whole tariff issue has been hurting the global economy.
Liberation Day, it feels like a long time ago, doesn't it, Cornelia Mayer? But great to have you on. Thank you so much. CEO of Mayer Resources.
Thank you so much, Leigh Ann.
Thank you. A reminder of our top stories. President Trump warns America's not finished with Iran and that it's not seen anything yet. The Lebanese army begins deploying in southern Lebanon after Israeli forces withdraw under the first phase of a US-backed plan. And ASEAN foreign ministers meet in Manila with the escalating US-Iran conflict dominating talks over energy security, inflation, and the global economic outlook. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to Arabiya English. My name's Greg Swenson. I'm the host of American Unfiltered, and I'm really thrilled to have as my first guest Beverly Turner, who's the host of GB News Late Show Live here in Washington, and an old friend, and originally media friend, but also social friend as well. And so it's great to have you, Bev. It's been a really amazing week in transatlantic news. First you had the big news in the UK, the fall of Keir Starmer and the rise of Andy Burnham. And then, of course, the timing is particularly good speaking with you today because you were at the White House yesterday and had a conversation with the president who, thanks to you, has got himself involved in UK politics, which we always love to see here in Washington, being the Anglo-American community that we are. And so that was a big day.
It was a big day. And, you say another week in US-UK politics. It feels like, is there a week when the two countries are not in some way connected, colliding? Even we are looking in the UK here to America to see what things might be like if we had a different type of government. As you say, a lot of change at the moment in the UK with Keir Starmer finally stepping aside, and Andy Burnham, the new Prime Minister in waiting. And so yesterday, I got the opportunity to be in the Oval Office with President Trump, and I was so desperate, Greg, to ask him about Andy Burnham because nobody has got that question out of him yet, and we are all dying to know how he feels because we know how he felt about Keir Starmer. no love lost there. And so when I was able to say to him, you know, what do you know about him? He basically didn't know anything.
It was great.
He had no idea.
It was classic President Trump, where he just said, I think he's the mayor of some town. It was great.
Exactly.
Now, meanwhile, we all know that Manchester is not just some town. You know, it's
third biggest city in the UK.
Third biggest city in the UK. It's kind of like almost like the Chicago of the United
similar
Kingdom.
size. Yeah.
And so that was a great moment. And you've had a few with the president, which is exciting.
I have. GB News came over here in September of 25. And I'm thrilled to be here. And we were basically told, look, go over there, cover American news for our British audience, because they're very interested. GB News audience. We are a kind of right-leaning, politically exposed channel, although we do have to conform to Ofcom regulations, so we always have to provide left-right balance. You know, you've been on my show lots of times. We put you up against some socialist, Democrat, Labour
lefty lunatic.
You call a lefty lunatic. Yeah. And so the job for me out here is to observe the White House, to portray back to the British audience what's happening here. And there are so many areas politically that are comparable, that America's doing really well and we're doing really badly. So it's a pleasure and honour. It's a genuine privilege to be here.
It's been great. I mean, even the launch party, the GB News launch party last September was just a fantastic event. It reminded me of the other Anglo-American party held in the inauguration weekend, that Friday of inauguration.
Yep.
And then, as I mentioned on your show, the next great one was the Garden Party here at the UK, or the British ambassador's residence here in Washington. So there's a really great Anglo-American community here in Washington, but also in London, as we both know. So.
Yeah, despite the attempts of Prime Minister Starmer to destroy the relationship between the two countries, it feels like those people on the ground, like us, will always keep that connection going. You know, we are united through so much cultural similarity, and it's such a shame that has been threatened in the last 2 years since Starmer came into office.
It's really amazing. I mean, he's done his best to try to wreck that relationship. I mean, I think the top of the list would be the Chagos Islands, and not only trying to give away the Chagos Islands and of course, importantly, the base, the Diego Garcia base, but also denying the president the use of that base during the launch, the attack on Iran.
And he hasn't forgiven them.
No.
Trump hasn't forgiven the UK. That was what struck me yesterday when I mentioned to him about Andy Burnham. And he said, I don't know much about him. He's a liberal, he said. And then he went on to say, with some frustration and actually some emotion, that he'd warned Starmer he had to fix energy via using fossil fuels again and not being so wedded to net zero. And he has to fix immigration, both illegal and legal migration. And I think Trump he loves the UK.
Yeah.
He said it
absolutely.
repeatedly. He's a real Anglophile. His mother was Scottish. He will always tell you that. And I think his frustration stems from wanting what is right for the UK and our country. And when he said, I tried to tell Starmer, I told him he's going to lose his premiership, he stopped short of saying, and I was right.
Right.
But that was clearly his frustration.
It is. It's frustrating for the president because, as you said, he's really fond of the UK. You know, he's got this connection that we lost during the Biden years. But Joe Biden was very, at the very least, he was indifferent to the UK, and he always favored the EU, always favored Ireland. And that was frustrating, I think, for those of us that were living in London at the time, to have our president be so dismissive of this great relationship. And I think it's, I still think it's a speed bump. I mean, if anything, I argued that Keir Starmer actually did a good job of managing the relationship both with the U.S. and with the president in his first year. And in fact, I argued that it's probably the only good thing he did in his first year because he's been such a disaster as prime minister. And so, I think this was inevitable, that sort of break, because they are so different politically. And look what the president has done with the energy sector in the U.S. And now, once again, we're the largest energy producer in the world. We're the largest exporter of natural gas. We're exporting oil as well. And we're mining again. This is a totally different world. And I think one of the things I pointed out, and I hope you'll agree, is that the problems in the UK are fixable. And I think we heard that from our mutual friend, Sarah Rogers, yesterday, speaking at the ARC conference. And, that these are not problems that can't be fixed. We would know, because we had the same problems 4 years ago. with Joe Biden?
It totally depends on whether we are prepared as a country to step away from genuinely the globalist agenda, the Agenda 2030, the UN Sustainable Goals. And we are tied into so many treaties and agreements now that I don't think we can backpedal. President Trump is preoccupied, I'm not going to say obsessed, he is a bit obsessed with us drilling oil in the North Sea.
Yeah.
Every single time I've spoken to him, which is on multiple occasions now, he will talk about the windmills. The windmills are ruining your country. You've got to start drilling, he says, in the North Sea. Now, we are committed to these climate goals. We're committed to Paris Agreement. Like, we can't backpedal without major international disagreement and potentially legal cases. Trump doesn't give a rat's backside
International
about that.
agreements.
He doesn't care.
He's not a fan of multilateral institutions.
Hates it.
It's what's best for his country.
And that's why he stood up at the UN Agenda Conference in New York last year and he just said, you are ruining your countries. And it was beautiful to watch him detonate that globalist agenda. He's very much, I understand him from what I hear on the ground here, pivoting towards firmer relationships between America and the Middle East. And the Gulf states, and also Eastern European countries, Hungary and Poland, on whom he shares very similar viewpoints about stricter border control. Those in the future could be the allies of President Trump in the next couple, 2 to 3 years of his presidency, much more than the UK.
Without a doubt. I mean, think about it. Both of his terms as president, his first foreign trip was to Saudi Arabia and the Gulf region. And so he knows that's the future. And I think that's part of the Iran situation, you know, and this agreement with Iran that they're working on now. You know, he's realigning the Gulf region. And that's really on the top of his agenda. And he knows that Europe just continues to fall behind. And then my argument with the UK is, do you want to be part of that managed decline in Western Europe, or come back to the United States and replicate, maybe take a few pages out of the president's playbook? I don't know that this government can possibly do that, because they'd be going against the, you know, the cult of climate change, of net zero.
Yeah.
I think it might have to wait till 2029, unfortunately.
And it will largely depend on what Andy Burnham wants to do.
Yeah.
You know, I've said that Andy Burnham, our new incoming Prime Minister, he hasn't been an MP for the last 10 years. He's been in Manchester as the mayor. He has spent more time in Denton than Davos. Now, that might put him on a par with President Trump.
Yeah.
You might be surprised to see that their relationship is better than people expect, because Andy Burnham also is not a massive fan, I suspect. I may be proven wrong.
Yeah.
But I've met him on multiple occasions. He's a very kind of down-to-earth guy. He's very normal. He's everyman. That's why people like him. He doesn't have that public school upbringing vibe. He's not like a Boris Johnson that looks down at people.
Right.
He's a normal kind of guy. Now, it depends whether he comes in and says, if he has the testicular fortitude, let's say, to push back against some of those treaties and agreements on the global stage, then he might keep the British people happy. And that will align him more with President Trump. They're both quite anti-establishment. They are both well aware of the fact that the political class hasn't served the working person for a very long time. There may be more synergy, Greg, than we anticipate.
That's a great point, Bev, because he is more of a man of the people. He's been in Manchester, he's been in the North, and he's connected much more to the trade unions like a proper labor politician, like the old labor. Whereas Keir Starmer, as we all agree, was from that new labor, that, you know, North London, uppity, Oxford, Cambridge, kind of that lanyard class. And I don't see Andy Burnham as part of that. He might be a man of the left, and that's what I worry about.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right. He might actually have more in common. And look what happened in I think it was Aberdeen in Scotland. You know, because oil and gas exploration is so important in Scotland, and that might be a moment for him to pivot and get away from Ed Miliband and the lunatic kind of fringe net zero crowd.
He'll have so much pressure on him from the net zero agenda. I mean, his wife actually works for a big electric car charging company, is my understanding. She's quite private. She's Dutch, I think. You know, there will be a lot of pressure on him to maintain that course towards the greener future, whatever we mean by that anymore, I'm not even sure, and not to get involved in any oil and gas drilling. It might be that we have to wait until potentially another government, if that does become, for instance, Nigel Farage next time round.
And I think that, surely that's in the cards in 2029. I mean, liberating the energy sector. And again, we've done it here, so we know it can work. It might be a stretch to expect a Labour prime minister to endorse that. The other thing we often forget about, because you're right, President Trump is so focused on the North Sea, he's a common sense guy. He just can't understand why we in the UK are buying oil from Norway, who's drilling it in the same sea that we've banned drilling in.
He's got a point.
And this goes back to the Tory party, to the Conservatives, and I've been lecturing them for years now on not only do you have to stop this nonsense of net zero, but apologize for it, bury it. Just, don't even leave it lingering out there. Just end it and drill for natural gas. It's not just the North Sea oil rigs. There's plenty of natural gas under the ground in the UK.
It all depends on whether man-made climate change is scientifically nailed on. That's what it all comes down to.
Yeah.
We have been told for 20 years the consensus is that using carbon is going to ruin the planet. And that was literally written into the broadcasting regulation in the UK. It still is. We're not meant to, in the UK, say that that is anything other than 100% true.
It's amazing.
Because we could be fined by Ofcom for saying that.
That's incredible. I didn't realize that, Bev. But I think that the tide is turning for sure. I mean, the public consensus is surely not behind it like it was 5 years ago. It never made the top 7 as an issue in the United States. And that's why when, Al Gore started his lecturing 25 years ago, they bought into it in Western Europe and the UK, and the U.S. never really did.
No.
In spite of that, Biden tried the Green New Deal, and he blew all this money on wind and solar and the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which was really the Green New Deal. And so, he bought into it, or at least his advisors did, or his AutoPen did, but really the people in the U.S. never really did. And that's why they never really were able to get momentum. He almost went against, President Biden went against what the people wanted. And much like in the UK and especially in Ireland, the top issue right now is affordability and mass migration. And what did they get from their governments? Misinformation, policing misinformation, which you and I will just call censorship, and as well as net zero. So it's this total disconnect between that lanyard class, the Keir Starmers of the world. But I blame Theresa May and Boris and, Rishi.
14 years of conservative rule that pushed through all of these policies that I think were the product of talking shops at these NGOs around the world.
That's right.
And not enough people in the room to stand up and go, hang on a minute, are we sure about this? Groupthink. Nobody being prepared to swim against the tide of popular opinion. And, Greg, money to be made. Let's be honest.
What a cottage industry that was.
What a cottage industry.
When Biden lost the election, they had, that 90-day transition, and they were shooting money out the door as fast as they possibly could to these NGOs that were just started the week before.
That's right.
We're in the net zero education sector. Can you give us $500 million? And they did. It's crazy. So
I'm a big fan, I have to say. I am a big fan of new homes in the UK being built in a way that can generate their own power.
Sure.
So that we have solar panels and air source heat pumps and good installation. That makes sense to me.
Common sense.
Because it also gives the homeowner an element of kind of autonomy away from the grid and away from the government.
And away from
deciding you've used your carbon credits.
Yep.
I think that's something that, in terms of the environmental protections, go forward, build the right kind of houses. I'm totally on board with that.
And God knows we need more housing in the UK, that's for sure. Let's talk about Nigel Farage. He's a friend of both of ours. He might be arguably the only hope for the UK when we talk about not just energy and mass migration. And I know that's almost a one-issue, reform in many ways is kind of, whether they like it or not, a one-issue party. By some miracle, of marketing, the Tory party is still leading in the polls when it comes to economic matters, which I think is something that Nigel has to, has to change that view. But do you think he can save the UK?
I think they are as close as we're going to get to a small c Conservative government, if I'm completely honest. Nigel's appeal, a bit like I was saying about Andy Burnham, is the concept that he's every man.
Man of the people.
Man of the people. Interestingly, Nigel's one of these people who, and I think President Trump is similar, actually, they can slide up and down the social spectrum fairly seamlessly. So Nigel can be with the shooting class, the pheasant killers, like with the kind of the hacking jacket crowd easily with a cigar, but he can also be with the man in the pub.
Sure.
And that's quite rare. Trump has that as well.
It's amazing the similarities between the two.
Yeah.
They have got similar personalities. They're able to capture basically free media. Nigel's name recognition is off the charts in the UK, much like the president's was before he ever ran for office.
Very divisive.
Yeah.
Some people love them. Some people hate them.
Yeah.
Marmite. And that's how you cut through, actually, I think, in politics. They have, I think, a very good chance of winning the next election. It largely depends on when that is, I would say. If Andy Burnham has the confidence to call a snap general election when he gets into number 10, which could be before the end of this year. Well, he'll be in there probably within a couple of weeks, but he could call an election before the end of the year. The question is going to be, are Reform ready for that? They say that they are. They say that they have really good candidates, and I know behind the scenes they have been vetting and training and getting candidates ready for those 300 and odd seats around the country, nearly 400 seats around the country. Nigel still is, as I say, very, very divisive. He still has to win over the dinner party class. He's got to win over some Liberal Democrats. He's got to win over some Labour voters. I think they're and he's got to also win over some Conservative voters as well. But that strength of feeling towards the ambition that Reform have for the country is incredibly strong and only getting stronger by the day. Firmer borders, common sense educational ethos around schools. It's all the basic points. Can a woman be a woman and a man be a man? No. Or, on the economy, I think you're right. You're reflecting that the mood of the nation, that they aren't quite sure yet who would be the person to make those key decisions. But we know that Nigel has a background in finance. We know he's no slouch when it comes to the economy. I think he knows exactly what he wants. He's also looking over here to President Trump to see how he can make that happen. I think it remains to be seen, but I think this is probably the best shot they're going to ever have.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has momentum, or at least he did until maybe the last few months. They've gone from maybe 35 back down to 30.
That could be restored, though.
That's part of it, because they basically have, are polling at 5 or 6%. And then you're going to have a bump with Andy Burnham. Labor's already got already in the polls. They've had like a 5 or 6 point bump. So that could be just a temporary sugar high, but it'll be really interesting over the next 3 years. And that's a good point. Maybe they call a snap election if he's getting a real vibe from the people. I'm quite sure Andy Burnham will be more popular with the party. That's for sure, and probably more popular with the people too.
I think it's worth considering is we had those local elections in May. So that was in the UK, that's the council election. So these are people who decide whether your bins get recycled when and your potholes get filled. Like, it's domestic, local issues, right? But Reform swept the board.
They did. And so you're right, it's usually kind of local stuff, but they turned it into a referendum on Labour and a referendum on governance in the UK. And that was a massive movement.
And what was then so shocking was for Andy Burnham to then win the Makerfield seat so convincingly, because he didn't have a huge amount of choice where he could stand. He obviously, as I said, he was a mayor, and an MP had to stand down so he could go in, and then he could challenge Starmer. It's all this protocol political system that we have in the UK. And I was convinced that he wasn't going to win that seat because that area... Reform had swept the board on the local elections only like 2 or 3 weeks before.
And it was very much a Brexit community as well.
Yeah.
They went decidedly for Brexit back in 2016. So I thought that would help Reform.
I thought so. But what was interesting was that there is a suspicion and a rumour, and actually I'm seeing a lot of stuff online about this, that there were quite a lot of Reform voters who voted for Labour. Why? Because they wanted Andy Burnham to win, because they wanted Keir Starmer kicked out.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know how sensible that was.
Yeah, it's sort of tactical voting
Tactical
argument.
voting,
yeah.
because they hate Starmer.
Yeah.
But I would say, well, that wasn't very clever, because the country quite like Andy Burnham. Like, if you wanted Labour out,
yeah.
or maybe their supposition was that that would therefore trigger a general election, because Andy Burnham couldn't run without a mandate, couldn't sit in number 10 Downing Street without a single British person having voted for him. And maybe, we still don't know, he might do the decent thing and call the general election.
He could, but wow, they have such a majority. You know, they'll never replicate that majority. No. That was like a perfect storm in 2024, where they only won 34% of the vote, and yet they have this massive majority.
Yeah.
You know, unprecedented, really.
Because the British people were absolutely sick of that Conservative government.
It's the so-called Conservative government.
Post-pandemic, all that. We just wanted them out.
And that's what, you know, I hope that Reform, and frankly, I hope that the Tories can come back to traditional conservatism, small c conservatism. And I've been banging the table on that with both parties, but especially with the Tories. You know, get back to the Thatcherite philosophy of, you know, deregulation and lower taxes and economic growth. They kind of lost their way. They had, you know, this is the party of price caps and windfall taxes. Joe Biden can only dream of windfall taxes. He could never get that passed in America. And yet the Conservative Party in the UK, the party of the right in Great Britain, had windfall taxes. Yeah. It's crazy. So I hope they can get back.
And this enormous bloated benefits bill that we now have. It's almost like government, for at least the last sort of 15, 16 years, haven't factored in human behaviour. They haven't factored in how people actually think and operate. So if you tell a generation of young kids, we will always support you as the state. You will never go hungry. We will always give you a roof over your head. Guess what? We've got 1 million of them sat in their bedrooms doing bugger all.
Playing video games
doing
or
nothing. We've got 1 million
yeah.
people, predominantly young men, I think it's between 18 and 24, who are NEETs, not in education, employment or training. Well, surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
We took them out of school for a pandemic. We're paying the price of all that now. Yeah. And nobody thinks about the fact that human beings are currently, in the UK, looking to the government to solve all their problems.
It's big state gone wild.
Big state gone wild. And we have to look after the people who need it, Greg. We have to look
10%
after
safety net.
the
Nothing
disabled,
wrong with that.
people who can't work,
the
elderly. 100%. I am completely a great believer that we need a really good state system whereby those in need can be looked after. But we are currently looking after people who are able-bodied, who are able to work.
Many of whom have just arrived. You know, come across on the boats and they sign up for a welfare state.
Shocking statistic I saw only last week, which was that our social housing, our government-provided housing, I think it was in London and Birmingham and maybe one other city like Manchester, nearly 50% of those houses are occupied by non-British-born people.
Yeah, it's crazy.
How is that okay?
And at least the current budget, you know, tax receipts are down because rich people are leaving the UK. And so, shocker, tax receipts are down. They spent more on welfare than they did taking in tax.
Yeah.
First time ever.
Yeah, and income tax.
Completely unsustainable.
I think it was £300 was our income tax revenue, and 350 billion... Well, million, sorry, not billion. 350 million income tax revenue, 350 million of handouts for benefits. Yeah. Benefits alone, not NHS, not the bloody roads, not the paying for our politicians.
Sure,
just
welfare checks. And look, not only is it unsustainable, but you're right, it wrecks the culture. And you know, one of the great moments was in America in terms of welfare reform in the 90s was with President Bill Clinton, a Democrat. He realized that this was unsustainable, and also it just changes the culture. And it was important for him to tie work to benefits. So at least if you're getting benefits, get yourself a part-time job or go to school or do something. And that really was one of the signature accomplishments of a Democrat president.
Yeah.
Granted, he had Newt Gingrich, driving the bus in the House, for the Republican House, but
there's a lot we can learn.
Yeah, and you reach across the aisle, it can work. So
yeah,
there's lots to fix. Be sure to watch Sarah Rogers' speech. It was fantastic. She really captured it, but in a very positive way.
Yeah.
So that was a great moment, I think, for U.S.-UK relationship and sort of bringing it back. We're not just critical all the time. We can look at the great aspects of Great Britain, right?
Yeah.
And she highlighted the people, and America is really sort of a derivative of the UK.
Yeah,
and so,
well, she's the Under Secretary of State for Diplomacy in the State Department, and she's a remarkable person. Yeah. I'm thrilled to call her one of my friends here in Washington, D.C. She's
great.
Sharp attack, intellectually phenomenal, and she and I share a great passion for freedom of expression and freedom of speech, which is being increasingly oppressed in the UK.
It's really unfortunate, and again, she talked about it yesterday, but she's been talking about it quite a bit for the last year. She became almost a social media phenomenon in the UK because of her criticism of the overreach from big government. So, well, that's a lot of bad news. Let's talk about some good news. It's been an exciting year for you, not quite a year, but an exciting for you and GB News. Let's talk about the relationship in the media between GB, and so far so good.
Really good. GB News is only 5 years old, just had our 5th birthday. It was born out of, I think, a frustration with the British media landscape being predominantly left-leaning, very anti-Brexit. It was born just after the Brexit referendum, and our ambition, I think, of the channel, I wasn't there right in the beginning, though, was to portray Brexit in the way that we hoped it would be a positive outcome. Pandemic came hot on the heels, and so who knows what the benefits of Brexit would have been. We never kind of got to see that, I don't think. But we are the UK's most watched news channel now. We beat Sky News and BBC News every day, sometimes both channels combined. We have more viewers than them. We're very much the people's channel. That is our definition, and I think we are.
Yeah,
we don't talk down to our viewers.
That's right.
We think they are adult enough to be given the information and to make their own decisions. That's an incredibly old-fashioned concept, Greg, in the UK, as you know.
You're not getting that from the state-owned media, that's for sure, who are so snobbish in a way. And I think they actually misinterpret a lot of the news from the U.S. as well. And I have people that, even conservatives in the UK, that that see the headlines from the BBC or from Sky News, and they just assume that they're correct, and they're missing a lot of information. And you guys, and especially on your show, do a great job of communicating the news from here.
We've benefited from the lack of trust that people now have in the state broadcaster, in the BBC, but also Channel 4, ITV, what you might call the legacy media. The trust in those organisations was utterly obliterated during 2020 onwards, when the COVID situation happened and everybody was being told to not believe their eyes, not believe what they saw, when they were being convinced that bodies must be piling up in the street, and everyone was going, I don't know anybody that's actually died of this thing you call COVID. And so we came out of the back of that, and people were going, this is ridiculous.
Absolutely. We had censorship in both countries. If you posted anything about the Great Barrington Declaration, you were taken down from social media.
I was annihilated.
You must have been. I'm not surprised to hear that.
I was cancelled beyond belief. 2020, the channels thought I was quite fun to have on, because obviously we were all doing these Zoom calls from our homes, and I was doing a lot of panel stuff for TV then. And I would be saying, listen, I've got 3 teenagers in my house, or they weren't all teens then, 3 kids in my house who should be at school, who have probably had this thing, whatever it is, and they're fine. Look at the infection fatality rates. I was just obsessed with the science. And so some of the channels at the time thought it was quite fun to get me on, because we would have these great debates. I was called a granny killer. Everybody just hated me. I was public enemy #1, because there was hardly anybody else in the mainstream media that was doing that. There was maybe a couple of others. And then the vaccine rollout happened, and I was incredibly nervous about an untried drug and I knew quite a bit about the mRNA technology behind that, and I'd researched it very quickly with some key people who knew what they were talking about.
Like Asim, you know.
Like Asim Malhotra, but also, you know, Robert Malone, who was one of the creators of the original technology, and Peter McCulloch, and all those guys, and Pierre Corey. And I was really, because people kept telling me publicly, you don't know what you're talking about, it made me double down on my research. I wasn't just looking at the Mail Online. I was actually going to the original Pfizer trial papers. I was going to the primary sources for this material. And it was so obvious that we were being lied to. You only had to take a cursory glance. So at that point, as soon as I started to say on TV anything against vaccinating the children, which is something I felt really strongly about, on mandates, then I got cancelled.
They must have
so 2021, I disappeared.
No, it's amazing.
I literally I was just cancelled off everything.
My first appearance on GB News was when I had COVID and I was isolating. You know, I was in my friend's apartment because they were out of town, and it's just outrageous to look back at that and think of how insane that was. And then I started boycotting all of that nonsense. You know, I didn't isolate. I mean, it just was so stupid.
And just now, Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, just before she's left office to look after her husband, she has just released the most phenomenal confirmation of what many of us were shouting about 6 years ago about Anthony Fauci's role in this.
Amazing.
The funding of the Wuhan Institute, and then the suppression of that information, and nobody's covering it.
It's outrageous. And what he was doing was lying to Congress, but lying to the American people and telling them they should stand 6 feet apart and they should wear masks all the time. And it's one thing to make a mistake, but it's another to know that wasn't true and then go ahead with it anyway. And we had that in the UK with Matt Hancock, who knew that the data wasn't showing that masks are working or that social distancing. And he went ahead with the lockdown anyway. It was really insane.
And now nobody wants to look back and learn any lessons from that period of time. But I think there's so many people who are now untrustworthy of organisations and establishments and institutions, who are doing their own research, who are thinking about their health differently, who are thinking about the relationship between themselves and the state. And all of that is good.
Yeah, I mean, the skepticism is so healthy.
Right.
And that's why I think RFK Jr. has won a lot of skeptics, skeptics about him, but that, Make America Healthy Again movement has caught on, especially in some sectors that we didn't do so well with in the elections, like suburban women who are actually looking after their children and really like this idea of healthy eating.
I don't think Bobby Kennedy gets enough credit for getting Trump elected. You know?
Oh yeah, so, I mean, you're absolutely right.
When he obviously got kicked out of standing as a Democrat, and he had to stand as an independent. And I, for one, was watching very carefully then. I didn't used to be a massive President Trump fan, by the way. I certainly wasn't in the first term. I've been on a bit of a journey on that. But when he brought Bobby Kennedy over, I was like, that's it, bingo, he's got it. He's got it.
Yeah, because in close elections, and it was close. I mean, he won the swing states, but popular vote by 1.5 points, and Bobby Kennedy was probably like any third-party candidate. They're not going to move the needle dramatically, but all you need is 2 or 3 points. And then with the suburban women, and
that's right.
It was really brilliant that the president embraced him.
Mothers who might not have liked Trump because of some of the stuff first time around, they love Bobby Kennedy. And they love everything he's been trying to do, getting chemicals out of food, clamping down on the food companies, not on the food in your trolley, not telling people you can and can't eat this, but actually let's go after the guys who are making this stuff. And I just think it's wonderful.
It's been very well received here in the U.S. because we all grow up here on chemicals in our food. It's really
still you, all right? You're about 7'2".
I'm surprised I'm still here to talk about it. So back to UK-U.S. relations. The World Cup, I don't think you could argue there's ever been more excitement about a sporting event. I mean, it's really phenomenal. And it's really done wonders for not just the U.S. relationship with the world, but especially with the UK. All these Scots and English people, the Scottish and the English, are here, and they're having an absolute ball.
And the bit that I didn't see coming was all this social media footage of all these fans going, America's amazing. They have like air conditioning everywhere, and you walk into a shop and the shelves are full, and you can park your car without getting a ticket, and there isn't a camera on every pavement trying to catch you out, and you feel safe walking down the street, and things work. I felt like that since I arrived in America, compared to what Britain just feels broken and depressed. And there is a sense here, and I know that Trump isn't popular with everybody, but there is a sense of opportunity here. And there is a sense that things work and expectations are high. You literally walk into a shop in the UK now, you don't always expect to be able to buy the product that you want because there isn't on the shelf. You know, you go to get on the train, you don't think the train's going to run on time, or the bus is going to break down, or the traffic jam, the roads are going to be... You leave your house in the UK and you do not know with any certainty that your day is going to not be beset with challenge. That is so different to here.
It really is the land of prosperity and abundance, even in blue states. I mean, I talk a lot about the red state, blue state divide. There's more in the red states. You go to Texas, it just oozes optimism. And I think the English really got that. They spent, you know, the first two games they had were in Dallas, and they just had a ball. And everything is just bigger there. But even, you know, here in Blue City, Washington, and I spend a lot of time in Chicago, I spend a lot of time in the UK, in sort of left-leaning areas, it's still, you know, there's still abundance in the blue states. And look at the Scottish up in Massachusetts, a very left-leaning state, but they have welcomed the Scots. The Scots have embraced it. They've absolutely charmed the people of New England. And I've always found Boston's not the most inviting place. It's got a bit of snobbery to it. They're, you know, it's very Puritan. You know, they still have that sort of a little bit of segregation. I don't mean black and white, but just, you know, the Irish are over here and the WASPs are over there. It's amazing. The Scottish, there's a great meme that went around that Boston 2032, and it's a picture of a school with a bunch of redheads because they're having so much fun up there. And they've been welcomed. They kind of remind me of like American GIs in Paris after the war. It's just this charm. It's just oozing. And the game,
because you know what? Because Americans are generally really friendly. I am amazed. Genuinely, I mean, I spent time in America over the years. I used to host the NBA for British television 25 years ago. So I've spent time in the US, but there's something about a warm friendliness. There's like a confidence about people that I meet here now.
People are approachable. There isn't that, you know, there's that unspoken law in the UK. You shouldn't speak on the tube, on the subway.
Well, London.
You know, when Americans...
Manchester's different where I'm from.
And yes, that's true. But I know from living in London for 10 years, you know, all the Americans knew each other. Like you'd say hi across the street. You know, everybody knew each other's dogs. It's very, you know, we're very friendly. And I think, you know, the visitors to the country for the World Cup are getting the true version of America, not what they read in the BBC. That we're the, you know, we're shooting each other and everybody's got a gun and everybody's got a Confederate flag on their pickup truck. It's just not true. And so they're actually sifting through that. I mean, they don't get that from GB News, but they surely get it from the legacy media.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt.
So, and then on the other hand, it's an opportunity for us to embrace the visitors. My brother went to the game in Los Angeles. He said it's the best sporting event he's ever been to. It was like Mexico versus another Latin American team. And he just loved it. And the Mexican fans were, I mean, obviously it's Southern California, so there are plenty of Mexican football fans. But, you know, good for America for embracing our visitors, but good for the visitors for really telling the truth about how great America is. It's
but if you look at some of the coverage in the UK, like you say, with the BBC and Channel 4, whatever, Sky, they're so sneery about President Trump that they're even describing the World Cup as his vanity project, even though it was decided long before he got into office. He's going to be giving out the trophy at the final, we heard yesterday in the Oval Office. He confirmed that. He will be so criticised for that.
Right, which is crazy because he is the president of the country. You want the president at the games. I mean, it's fantastic that he went to the Knicks game. Actually, unfortunately, it's the one they lost. Yeah, it is New York, right?
Well, this is the thing. People were. I think you might have been on the show actually that day on my show, Greg, when we were watching a bit of that because the crowd was booing him, and I had one of my left-wing Democrat panelists who was saying, "Well, you know, what was their logic? He just wants the attention." I said, "They're booing him. That's not the kind of attention he wants." And they were saying, "Oh, well, you know, he just loves this." I was like, the suggestion was he will only go somewhere where he's going to be adored by the crowd. I was like, clearly not. They're booing him. But that's because he's not popular in New York.
That's right. I mean, it is a very Democrat town. It's 5-1 at least, and Democrats are Republican. And so he's not afraid to go into hostile territory. Now, granted, when he goes to any college football game, he gets unbelievable amount of cheers and attention. He's very popular with, much like Andy Burnham and Nigel Farage.
Yeah.
You know, he does well with the people who maybe they're not going to tennis matches, but they're going to UFC fights like we had here in Washington, and any NASCAR auto races. You know, the sort of working class people that embrace those sports.
The kind of blue collar. It's hard to find the language, isn't it? But you're right. The working person, the alarm clock the alarm clock. I think that's what Nigel Farage calls them, isn't it? The alarm clock class. You know, that wake up in the morning and have to go to work. You know, I thought the UFC at the White House was incredible.
It was amazing.
I don't like that sport.
No, I mean,
I do not like that.
But it was the spectacle of it. You know, it was just so exciting, and the big tent, and it was a fantastic moment here in Washington, and we're going to see a lot more of that in the next few weeks with the 250 celebrations. So I'm thrilled about the World Cup. I hope England makes it, and I hope it would be great to see a U.S.-England game. Unfortunately, the Scots are out,
now.
So we won't see the Scottish charming Boston or Miami like we've seen. But I think the English, it would be fantastic to see a game with the 250 and all the excitement we've had.
America were good. I mean, I shouldn't sound surprised.
It's probably the best team we've ever had. That's probably an understatement.
They've had some big wins with a lot of
4 goals in one game. That's more than we scored in the entire 2022 World Cup. And so, you know, there's been a lot of, it's been a great moment. I'd love to see Harry Kane, you know, finish strong. With England, and it's a really great time, and thrilled to have you. We've been doing this for a long time. I think I was on your show first time in 2022.
2022, I guess.
My guess.
But this is quite nice. This is just a role reversal, Greg.
Yeah, it's
I like
fun.
you interviewing me for a change. I can get used to this. This is easy.
And also, we don't have Ofcom regulating us, so we can actually speak freely and not have to have a Democrat joining us. So we're saying that all of her, what was it last week? All of my friends are leaving the U.S. because of ICE and because guns, and I mean, it's just virtue signaling gone wild. Tell the truth, be honest. We might disagree, but as long as we're honest about it, it's all good.
Totally. Well, thank goodness for America, hey?
It's great.
Thank goodness for what President Trump is doing, for showing the West, showing the UK a different way. I mean, like I say, I didn't used to feel like that about President Trump in 2017. I was one of those people who wasn't paying attention. I didn't know where the threats lay.
Because they were just so busy calling him a fascist or a Nazi or a misogynist and all that other nonsense. And what we found out is he liberated the economy in his first term. He's liberating the economy again. Scott Bessent did a great speech the other night at the Economic Club of New York. He's liberated freedom of speech. He's ensured. Everybody says, oh, he gets in fights with the press, or he's against free. No, of course, he's totally for the press. He calls them out. He calls it the fake news because in many respects he's right. So his delivery is maybe not very British.
It's about, I think what it is about this government here that I notice is they have such clarity of ambition. It is so easy to know where they sit on the major issues. And the problem with Starmer, and let's see what happens with Burnham, is that you couldn't quite tie him down. Like, he was slippery Starmer, a lot of people call him. You couldn't quite work out on the big issues. Who is he trying to keep happy? You often felt like somebody's pulling his strings. He can't really think the stuff that he's coming out and saying. Digital ID is a classic example. He came out behind the lectern and said, we're going to have a mandatory digital ID centralised system in the UK. And I sort of wanted to look over his shoulder, think, who's telling you, who's got a gun to your head? Because you don't even believe it.
I never felt like he believed in anything.
But that comes down to, as I was thinking about the big bureaucracy, what Trump would call the deep state. It comes down to the 600 or whatever it is NGOs around the world that are deciding policy. The UN, the World Health Organization, the World Economic Forum. It's all those unelected bureaucrats. And that is what Trump is trying to dismantle. People don't realize how much work he's doing behind the scenes on that.
It is really disruptive. And look what happened just in Latin America in the last few weeks. We've had massive swing to the right. Now, that's part of the movement, and, led by Javier Milei and the chainsaw, and, he's done such great things in Argentina. I think other countries in the region have learned that. So I think the momentum was moving to the right anyway. But it doesn't hurt that the cuts to USAID, that Marco Rubio and Doge, they were funding leftist political campaigns all over the world. And that's completely disappeared. Yeah. So you're not going to, at least the elections will be fair. Yes. You won't have it kills me that U.S. taxpayer dollars were going to fund leftist campaigns. They shouldn't go to anybody's campaign, but especially not a leftist campaign. So, I think the trend is great here in this hemisphere. I hope that the UK and Western Europe, I'm a little more skeptical of, but I hope they can take some pages out of the playbook because it's working here.
When I interviewed Monica Crowley just recently, the wonderful Monica Crowley, Chief of Protocol for President Trump. She is the very glamorous, very beautiful, blonde lady, used to be a TV host, and she's often there, and she has a very important job. And she said to me in this interview, it's the deep state that is trying to kill President Trump. Yeah, and that was why first term was really difficult for him. And you also had the media fabricating these stories, the Russia collusion hoax, the Charlottesville hoax. There was so much collusion between the mainstream media and the big state. It's really hard to defeat the bureaucracy when you have the media and the universities on their side. It's really tough. But he by winning in 2024, he's really been able to break through and set back the bureaucracy. So his team, though, Greg, his team of people. I've been in those cabinet meetings when you look around the table, and he's got Hegseth, impressive. Rubio, phenomenal. J.D. Vance, brilliant. Tulsi Gabbard, sadly, no longer there. Who else is there? They're just brilliant.
Yeah, he's surrounded himself with people that are really good. Scott, of course, or the Treasury Secretary. Doug Burgum, was on Fox this morning talking about liberating not just the energy sector, but the mining sector. And again, it's all common sense. Why are we dependent on China for critical minerals? We've known this for 25 years, and nobody did anything about it. Iran was about to get a nuclear weapon. Nobody did anything about it. 47 years. So I think the president is bold. I think he's even more bold this term than the first term. It's a massive bureaucracy to fight against, and they're doing their best to keep his agenda from really materializing. But so far, so good.
And I think there's one myth that I would like to bust a little, which is this idea that the people around him are sycophants, and that his cabinet just don't really respect him. They're just telling you what he wants to hear. I hear this all the time, and I've been in those rooms. That could not be further from the truth. Yeah. You can't get people who are as independently minded as Tulsi Gabbard, Bobby Kennedy,
former Democrats,
Scott Bessent,
former
and Marco
Democrat.
Rubio. Yeah. Do you think you can get those people to somehow fake their feelings towards that man? Impossible. He smells authenticity a mile off. That's one of the things that I've identified. He can see fakeness. He can see it. Yeah. Those people, when all of those adults who are brilliant in their own area, when they stand up and they say, we respect the president and we trust his judgment, they're not lying. Right. No, they mean it. They like him. Yeah. They respect him. He's funny. And I wish people would understand that and take away some of this mad derangement they have about him, because I know that his delivery can be problematic. Right. I know especially that if he just dialed it down a bit.
Especially if it's snapshots or it's the clip on the mainstream media will be President Trump using an obscenity about something, and it'll just be that clip, and then you don't have the context around it. You've been on Air Force One a couple of times. Yeah.
It's wonderful, and that he's just surrounded by good people. There was who was it? Somebody died recently. I think it was one of the judges who was part of the lawfare cases against him. I can't remember the guy's name, and this guy had died, and Trump basically put on Truth, good riddance. Don't care, not shedding a tear.
He is not one to respect traditional diplomatic norms.
He got in such trouble for that with people. Even some of his supporters were like, I think he went too far. Yeah. I'm like, I love that honesty.
He is so... For someone that they tried to say lied all the time, which wasn't true, he exaggerates a bit.
Of course.
But hyperbole is one thing. Yeah. But he is so unfiltered. Totally. It is the most transparent White House we've ever had, by far.
When I said to him yesterday, would you like to be at the top of the list for Andy Burnham's visits around the world when he is Prime Minister? And he just went, No. I'm like, oh, fair dues.
Bigger fish to fry.
No. He's like, no, not bothered.
Yeah.
And I thought that was so amazing. The fact that he's not a politician, people think he's a politician. He's not a politician. He's a businessman.
Absolutely.
He's a deal maker. He's a property developer. He's a family man. He's a husband. He's a father. He's all those things. He is not a politician. When you start to judge him as a politician, you are going to be disappointed because you're judging him by a standard that he does not recognise.
And he's also a founder, right? He founded his company. He's like Elon Musk in that way. There's a difference between a founder and a manager.
Yeah.
Or a founder and an investor. Mitt Romney was an investor, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that, but it's nice to have a founder in the White House. He's got a different way of thinking, and he thinks big, and it's fantastic. I never would have expected.
What surprised me when I've met him is how much of a listener he is.
Yeah.
I did not expect that.
Interesting.
I've met enough of those kind of like silverback blokes to know that they're mainly on transmit.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Or pretty much always. And the first time I sat down to do a sit-down interview like this with him, you know, before the cameras were rolling, he was like sort of leaning forward and he was going, so tell me about what's going on in the UK. Like, what's happening? And he was genuinely wanted to hear. And actually, my understanding is that Charlie Kirk was a real advisor to President Trump, but I think he really misses his counsel. Yeah. He listens to people, and you'll notice, especially Trump 2.0, Trump 1, maybe not necessarily, but Trump 2.0, he will often, in public gatherings with the press, he will defer. Pete Hegseth, Pete, would you like to talk about that? Rubio, would you like to talk about that? JD, would you like to talk? He didn't do that in Trump 1.
And you get the vibe that they really enjoy working for him. Totally. They're very honest. And they are all good communicators, right? Yeah. I think he insists on that. You know, you have a lot of former Fox News hosts there. Yeah. It's really great to see the energy, and they don't necessarily agree all the time. You know, J.D. Vance definitely has a different view on interventions than the president or even Secretary of State Rubio. So I think it's healthy to have those disagreements, and so I think it's absurd when the legacy media tries to argue that they're all just, you know, kissing up to him.
They're
definitely not true.
No.
It's been great having you as my first guest, Bev. This
Pleasure.
is fantastic.
Good luck, Greg.
I've loved being on your show over the years.
Podcast.
You've been great for me. I hope I've been helpful to you.
Yeah.
And it's really great having you. I hope you're here for a very long time.
So do
and I hope we talk about the World Cup for a few more weeks.
Let's hope so. But I do hope we win.
Great to see you.
Thanks, Greg.
I'm rooting for England, unless they play America.
Yeah, then I'm going to be torn.
And then I'll be rooting for the USA.
Thank you.
Great to have you here.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Lisbon. Here's what you can see, eat, and do in Europe's most scenic capital, Lisbon. First on the list, Fado. Melancholy will always be a part of the Portuguese psyche, and Fado is the way it is best expressed. Lisbon's profoundest passions and sorrows are heartfelt in Fado, which are haunting strains of which can be heard throughout the city. Fado music interprets saudade, an emotional and heartfelt yearning that's sung over mellow guitar tunes. The most popular icon of this type of musical expression is Amália Rodrigues, who was born in Lisbon and is known as the Queen of Fado. Her contributions in music were instrumental in popularizing Fado to the world. Simply dining in one of the many restaurants in Lisbon that stage live Fado performances will give you the experience you need. Next are the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods in Lisbon have very distinct personalities, each with a unique history. The oldest one is Alfama, a Moorish quarter. The maze of narrow cobbled streets and steep alleyways that surround the castle conjure up images of an Arabic Kasbah. There you will find elegant shops, historic cafes, and chic restaurants. You won't fall short of festivals to attend in Lisbon. In June, the capital celebrates St. Anthony's Festival, also known as the city's biggest and brightest street party. Thousands of locals come in colorful costumes, parading down Avenida da Liberdade in honor of their favorite saint. And then, of course, there's the Nós Alive Music Festival, which lasts for 3 days. Then there's the Superbox Super Rock concert program, which takes place in Parque das Nações. Finally, there's the food. In Lisbon, food is affordably cheap, but intensely delicious. They always serve a dish of the day, or prato do dia, and can be considered among the cheapest in Europe. Being a seafaring nation, fresh fish and seafood are of course staple in most restaurants. The cod or bacalhau is a must-try. Lisbon's Mediterranean cuisine involves Brazil, Mozambique, and other ex-colonies spice up the ethnic menu. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats for 444 days in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabas Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordo nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza war in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard, Hezbollah and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel. and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days, during which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program.
ما تصمیم فشار در این قضیه در هر قضیه دیگری.
The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capability. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ellie Cohanim, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد شعیب گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq. With the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes, the confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory, a move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, This conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, where the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years, so...
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black. It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Cairo, one of the world's greatest megacities, Cairo. It is rich in its historic finery, while at the same time known for its extremely hot weather, traffic, and yes, noise and air pollution. While it is perhaps the city that tourists both love and hate, the experience makes it rather worth the challenges. It's got history that spans centuries, the city is full of vigor, and Cairo is a place to be when you're looking to experience the Egyptian street life. It is, in fact, where the only surviving wonder of the ancient world is. No words can describe the majestic view of the 3 5,000-year-old pyramids on the Giza Plateau. One of the most popular ones is the King's Chamber, considered one of the deepest man-made silences on Earth. Of course, you can't miss the Sphinx. It is both an enormous sight and an overwhelming experience you will never forget. It serves as the guard of the pyramids with its lion body and pharaoh face. It is certainly an iconic monument of the ancient world. You can take hours-long camel rides to get through the pyramids. Despite the heat, dust, and other hurdles while traveling, it is definitely worth it. The pyramids of Cheops, also called the Great Pyramid or the Pyramid of Khufu, is the largest pyramid of the Giza group. You can explore the mysterious interiors of its narrow passages. There's also the Solar Boat Museum behind it, where you will see the ceremonial solar barks that's amazingly been restored to its original glory. On the south, there's a Pyramid of Khafre, which is also known as the Pyramid of Khafre. It also has an internal tunnel that invites you to explore it. Finally, there's the smaller Pyramid of Mycerinus, or the Pyramid of Menkaure. When it comes to shopping, you must visit Khan el-Khalili, which is considered to have one of the world's greatest shopping experiences. Its narrow alleyways have been established since 1400 AD, and up to now is still up and about with all sorts of trade, from tiny stores to cluttered workshops. For sports and recreation, Find tennis courts around the south of Jazeera or ride the stables at the sports club. The Cairo Tower, built in 1961 by President Nasser, offers you an amazing view of the sunset at its observation deck. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Sigrid Kaag, co-chair of the United Nations Foundation, former Deputy Prime Minister of the Netherlands and currently advisor to the Gaza Executive Board. Welcome to Al Arabiya.
Thank you, Talal. Delighted to be here.
After leaving the United Nations, you remain active in international geoeconomics and political affairs through different prestigious engagement. But can you explain to the tens of millions of our viewers in the region and around the world your role in the Gaza Executive Board that advises the Board of Peace presided over by President Donald Trump?
Yes. It's an independent role. It's also unpaid, as it should be, as it serves a purpose to provide, hopefully, the building blocks of peace and security between Israelis and Palestinians. Now, the remit of Security Council Resolution 2803, which established a number of the institutions, including the Gaza Advisory Executive Board, obviously has its limitations. A practical one is, in the entire era and recent developments of recent months, the board has yet to meet, the Gaza Executive Board. So, in earnest, I can't tell you very much. Individual members, including myself, have spoken to one another. We're trying to support and shore up the political, policy and financial support to the National Committee of the Palestinians, which to my mind is the centerpiece from a viewpoint of legitimacy, political credibility, as well as the connect that is essential between Gaza and the West Bank. Ultimately, this is not only about the alleviation of immense human suffering by Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, but also about the future of a Palestinian state alongside a safe and secure Israel. So it remains a lot of work. If you look at the facts on the ground, I think nobody could suggest significant progress has been made. Fortunately, the living hostages and the bodies of the deceased have been returned in the first phase. The negotiations on the disarmament by Hamas, as well as the withdrawal by the IDF, I cannot speak to this in public. I'm not privy to that level of information. But ultimately, civilians in Gaza are kept prisoner time and again in an ever-shrinking physical space. Living conditions are hell on earth, with no prospects of significant change in sight. And this, to my mind, if there's one message to your audience, it's a reminder how and why international humanitarian assistance aid cannot be conditioned or tied to political progress. Individuals, Palestinians in Gaza, have rights: the right to food, the right to proper shelter, to medical care, the right to education.
There are those who argue that since the adoption of Resolution 2803 on the 17th of November 2025, that endorsed, of course, the US-backed comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict and authorize the establishment of the Board of Peace, as a transitional administration and to deploy a temporary international stabilization force ISF to secure Gaza, to oversee demilitarization, and to protect the civilians. They argue that since that date, which is over 7 months ago, no ISF and stabilization force has been formed, no real end to the Gaza conflict, with approximately 1,000 Palestinian civilians killed since adoption of 2803 on the reconstruction. No large-scale structural construction has formally begun in Gaza, and efforts remain heavily focused on planning debris removal and navigating daily immense security and humanitarian challenges. Do you agree with them?
I think it's an accurate description, particularly based on first-hand reports by the United Nations, as well as other credible entities, international and national non-governmental organization. You can see that the death, the types of injuries, the absence of significant volume that is relevant to people trying to survive, or actually some call themselves already the living dead. This is not something that we could call success. I think the premise of a first step of success was President Trump having imposed a ceasefire with a number of indicators of a plan forward, the 20-point plan, but each detail, and we know that through any complicated diplomatic process, requires negotiations, requires technical details, requires further benchmarks. So far, we got stuck in phase one, between phase one and phase two, I would say, as an international community. I am not involved in the details, as you know. And I would say the serious concern, and rightfully so, is that Palestinians in Gaza risk being forgotten. Since the Israel-United States attack on Iran, Iranian response, and what is now called the Iran war, political attention, economic attention and focus has immediately shifted, rendering Security Council Resolution 2803 and the full implementation of that resolution, rendering it a significantly lesser priority.
Sigrid Kaag, what would you say should happen now to improve the lives of the Gazan people?
Well, it's a response that you can hear from any NGO representative, or I believe a UN official, or most other countries. Massive influx of aid, unconditional, not dependent on whether the negotiations proceed well or less well when it comes to the disarmament by Hamas and the withdrawal by the IDF. The encroachment by the IDF into further shrinking the space Palestinians are permitted to live in, that needs to be altered straight away. And of course, the death toll, it keeps rising. That's one. Second part is early recovery materials need to be allowed in. The amendment of the existing dual-use list risks impacting second and third tertiary negative consequences for all civilians from a health perspective, education, pure survival when it comes to the absence of forms of decent shelter. I could go on and on. The Economist a few weeks ago had a very sad but very telling title. In Gaza, only rats are allowed to roam free. Just picture that for a second, and then you can imagine what it is like to be a Palestinian civilian trying to survive one day more in Gaza without any prospects of serious change, let alone improvement in sight. Last but not least, medical evacuation. Some countries in the region have performed miracles to allow patients in, to have them treated free of charge, to bring their relatives. The list of seriously injured Palestinians in Gaza, I believe, is now around 140,000, but correct me if it is less. It's a serious number. Each one has a name, a life, had hopes, and they need to be treated. We cannot look away.
I'd like to move to Iran, which is a place you visited in February of 2018 as a Dutch foreign minister and met with President Rouhani in Tehran at the time. And you, at the time also you expressed the EU continued commitment to the JCPOA. What is your take on the latest development in the Gulf and on the Switzerland diplomacy, and where and when did we, or diplomacy, failed us in case of this conflict?
Well, I think 2018, and since the withdrawal by the Trump administration, the first Trump administration of the JCPOA, we've seen, of course, a rapidly changed environment. But I think we also have to look at where we are now, or since the terror of 7th of October, the onslaught on Gaza, and the continued suffering, as well as all the reactions, counter-reactions, the military hegemony established by Israel versus an Iran and a regime that is fighting for its survival. All these are aspects to take into account. Where we are now, I believe that we have seen once again that a war without proper strategy and strategic objectives, let alone a political strategy, definitely runs into a serious set of issues. That's one. We've also seen that asymmetry is weaponized, be it geographically or otherwise, by use of proxies. The third part is that there is a return, and by necessity, to diplomacy, from coercive diplomacy to actually proper diplomacy, which means you need to sit down with your adversary. You need to figure out where compromise lies, how it can be legitimate, not only against international law or treaties, but also how it can be legitimate in the eyes of the different populations. So you have a chance to build a path forward.
On Lebanon, you served from 2015-2017 as the UN Special Coordinator for Lebanon, during which, of course, a period of constitutional paralysis. Lebanon's situation, of course, today is different, with the election of a new president, the formation of a new government headed by our previously judge, an ambassador here to the UN, Nawaf Salam, entirely different from the one you experienced. But how do you read the current developments in Lebanon and the way forward?
First of all, I think the government of President Aoun and Prime Minister Nawaf Salam have made a few bold moves. In the interest of the country, in the interest of the state, and reinforcing statehood, including the very difficult one, already covered under Security Council Resolution 1701, the need to have the monopoly of state established over all arms and armaments. That, of course, is domestically a tough one, given the fact that regional allies, Iran and Hezbollah, and domestic equations do not necessarily match up, certainly in the last 2 years, and this is a difficult one. So I don't think the question is how to read, the question is more what and how the international community could support and where they need to focus. And you need to be mindful of the complexities and the sensitivities and the history of Lebanon.
I'd like to move to Syria. You know it very well. You led the OPCW United Nations Joint Mission in Syria in 2013 and 2014, with a team of 100 experts that successfully oversaw the removal of Syria's declared chemical weapons under active wartime conditions. That mission, of course, I remember interviewing you on the last day from Cyprus, on the last day of the removal of the last remnants of the chemical weapon, declared chemical weapons from Syria. And of course, we know what happened afterwards. That mission met its stated objectives, but however, Syria subsequently used chemical weapons again against its people. What does that history teaches us about the durability of internationally verified agreements when the political will to enforce them is non-existent?
The mission at the time had stated agreed objectives set between the Russian Federation and the United States of America, confirmed by the Security Council, carried by a treaty, the Chemical Weapons Treaty, and led and implemented by the joint team which I led. So we did what was agreed. If the parties have agreed to leave remnants or to not touch certain areas, that's a second phase. The second part, and it puzzles me a little bit now in the negotiations or the start of talks around Iran and, of course, the importance of its nuclear enriched material, I believe there are good examples, including the Syria mission, whereby the international community, in this case the IAEA, maybe the UN, and a few other actors could team up, provide for the leadership, provide for a verified, monitored implementation plan that ensures whatever is agreed gets acted upon and reported back to the Security Council. That triangle is an extremely important one. Ultimately, yes, political will is always important. Political will to monitor, to call out when violations occur, to have sanctions if need be, and where needed. And. That's a long list, but you can negotiate that.
Sigrid Kaag, we thank you for your time. We thank you for your insights, for this exclusive interview, for sharing with us your thoughts. And we also thank you for your history of service to the Palestinian people and the people of the region. Thank you so much. Thank you.
My duty. Thank you, Tara.
I wish reality were as easy as talking. He grows up but keeps that innocence. That's the instinct God created us with. Mahmoud's dream is to become a pianist.
Is speech the only way to express thoughts and feelings? Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, said, "I think, therefore I am." He didn't say, "I speak, therefore I am." There are many means of communication around us: drawing, music, singing, writing, sports. Even eyes have a language. Each one of us is different. We share many things and differ in many others. The same applies to autistic people who can be similar or different. Since medicine discovered autism 8 decades ago, half of people around us still see it as a mystery. And such people do not try to know anything about autism. Even scientists disagree over it. Some see it as a psychological or neurological disorder, while others consider it a genetic biological problem. Why don't we know a lot about autism? Today, we try to reach them. We are not looking for a cause, a doctor, or a cure. This will be a special mission in which we go to them to find out their thoughts and feelings. Do they live in the moment only? Or do they dream and wish? Do they understand adolescence? What is lying? Or politeness to them? Do they know they are different? We thought it would be enough to get answers even to some of those questions. It's impossible to reach everyone, but it led us to a few of them. A young man living in his 20s, and in his story, a message for every human.
I exactly experienced the entire 5 stages of Kubler-Ross. I experienced every single stage. Starting with denial, I experienced this stage in the sense that I cannot believe that my son has autism. There is nothing wrong with my son. It must be a stage that would pass. You know how mothers might fool themselves. They pretend that there is nothing wrong, then there's the stage of anger. The anger stage involves questions like, why isn't he interacting? Why should Mahmoud be autistic? Even though I never asked myself or God about why I had to go through this.
When I was young, my father used to sing for me in the car. I love you when you speak. I love you when you draw a smile. شو بحبك لما بتحكي ترسم عشفافك ضحكي شو بحبك لما بتبكي بتشكي وعم بتغلغل فيه حبيبي انت الأحلى عمري بقربك عم بيحلى عطرك سحرك صوتك رسمك صار مني وفيك.
Sometimes I thought about committing suicide. I wished death for me and my son, but my death wouldn't change anything. In the end, my son would be left alone, and that's not what I want for him. When I felt that I was fed up, as they say, I could no longer bear this angry and depressed fate. That's when it started to search for psychological solutions. Thus, I studied psychodrama therapy, because I was convinced that I wouldn't heal. In 1 or 2 sessions, or even in 1 or 2 years, I was convinced I needed to know how to face my feelings and understand my psychological condition throughout my life, because I knew my current situation would continue all the time.
شو حلو حبيبي شو حلو هالقمر شوفوا ما أجمله بس أنا عبالي دلله وحياتي ما حدا بقى يزعله. I don't like hurting anyone.
أوقات الدنيا بتوجعني وساعات بتعاند ويايا لا بخاف وحخاف ازاي يعني دايما مطمن طول ما انت معايا.
During World War II, a psychiatrist was influenced by the power of compassion and resilience in human spirit. In 1969, she introduced a model named after her, about the 5 stages of grief. Through this model, Kubler-Ross wanted to speak out loud about the feelings a person experiences when faced with a shock that shakes their inner peace. The transitional stages in the Kubler-Ross change curve begin with shock, which leads to denial. Then anger takes hold. Then we begin bargaining with ourselves in a one-sided dialogue. We want to escape the crisis without making any effort. Then comes depression and sorrow. Despair and all negative thoughts start to attack at the same time. Acceptance is the beginning of the solution.
And out of love for her son, she feels hatred. She thinks she hates her son, but in fact, that represents in psychology the stage of anger in Kubler-Ross model. She becomes angry with herself because she feels those emotions, which are unfortunately normal. If we had psychological awareness in education, she wouldn't be blaming herself. Once I reached the stage of acceptance, he started to show results that I had been waiting for years of effort. He started to show me those results. I reached a state of acceptance that it's over. I accepted him however he is, whatever progress he makes or doesn't make. That's it. This is my son, and I want to love him just the way he is. And that is the golden key.
I accepted Mahmoud as he is, like any mother who wanted him to lean on her. But what happened was the opposite. Fatin's dreams of Mahmoud graduating from university with a postgraduate degree did not come true. Mahmoud opened a door to his world for her, and he amazed her and made her forget the routine life, and the struggle, competition, and racing against time in everything.
I used to be afraid that something might happen to me. And how would Mahmoud eat? He doesn't know how to say, I want to eat. He wouldn't say, I'm thirsty. I have to bring him water. But what worries me is his perseverance. Mahmoud has overcome it, thankfully. Thank God, you could say.
Do you consider that the great achievement was by Mahmoud or Fatin?
It was definitely by Mahmoud. We honor mothers in our society, and we see the efforts made. But, unfortunately, we don't understand the value of that effort because they struggle just like we do. They struggle with themselves. It's not something easy for them from the start. It's not easy for them because we are breaking their nature. In fact, I'll tell you more. We are distorting them. We are distorting their nature so that they become like us.
to the commonalities within the stories, we went to Niraj, a young boy who is talented in drawing, and video games, a boy no older than 12, who speaks, reads, and writes. He has a small home, with a family, school, and friends.
At this time, I don't know nothing about the autism, so I was just thinking why he don't talk. Why he don't talk? Because he was speaking, is eating good, sleeping good. I think when I call him, he don't come. I say, Niraj, he don't look at us, don't come. So one day, when he was 3 years old, with nothing, no speak, he just making sounds like. At this time, I don't know nothing about autism. I know autism only. I know some children with development problem have autism. So when I come back home and I went to the internet, this is something wrong. You never have to go to the internet to check and solve your problem. Oh my God, what only bad things about autism only. But there I see a picture of my son.
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say so. I would say that, I mean, being in denial is kind of running away, isn't it? It's an indirect way of saying you're running away if you are in denial. You know, maybe you're in denial because subconsciously you know it's true, but maybe you're in denial because maybe you don't know what to do, so you panic. And it's definitely Artemia is what woke me up. You know, kind of she would bring me back down to earth, saying, this is not going to go away. He's not going to snap out of it. It's not something that there's no medicine that we can just give him and he's going to be okay. And then I would see what she's doing. And that's, then that was like kind of the inspiration to, I want to be part of this journey and help where I can. That's basically how I transitioned from not doing anything into trying to do something. I see myself as a father to Niraj, not as an autistic child, but as a normal child, which gives me an over-sensing comfort. So it's not, I should do more with Niraj because he's autistic. It's more, I should just do more with him just because he's just another child. So I think now I'm not beating myself up because he's autistic, and I think that's a testament on how far he's come.
When he was 5, we take him to one psychologist, and she told me, "Oh, you have to understand because you will never talk. When he gonna be adult with the mind of the child." He just told me like this. My son is talking now. If you say that for one mother, you take her hope. Yeah, your hope. You need to give hope. You need to say, oh, buy this book, oh, do this, do that, come back here, let's do something. They need to be positive.
I've never had pets. I'm not a huge pet lover, but I did try, and whenever we take him to the park, try and push him towards the dogs in the park. And yeah, he liked them a lot. And now we have cats, so he's plays with them as much as he wants. I did try to play football with him. He doesn't want to play. So then I just kind of revert back to what he's interested in, and because at the end of the day, that's how you maximize engagement with anyone.
The doctor tried to steal her hope, but she failed twice. As a doctor, and as a human, that's what happened to Artemia. She lost herself chasing books and sources for guidance to reach her son. Her mission wasn't easy, and notably, the majority of books written about autism were written by autistic people themselves.
One of the therapists told me we have to make some exercise with him. You put some up with the hot water, no, very hot water. Yeah, one is something like a lemon, or do this exercise as many as you can. Okay, show me phone. Good work. Show me cooking. Good work, Niraj. Show me jumping. Good work. Coloring pencil. Good work, Niraj.
She pulled hope out of pain to get her son to read, write, and draw, and express himself, even participate in competitions with others. They are not in their own world. They are in ours.
How did they help Niraj, do you think?
Oh, yeah, definitely. So when we have games that involve, but mainly, those kind of group games, is definitely you bring them in, and the kids don't know they're doing it. The kids don't know they're helping. For them, they're just playing.
Was very difficult, was very depressed in the beginning. And now I see my son, he can talk, he can ask what he wants, he have good behavior outside, he learning many things. I like my son like this, I want him like this, I don't want another son. I don't want a perfect Niraj. He's perfect for me.
They don't know they are different. We are the ones who create the difference. Many realize this truth. Nahed, the mother who wants to help them reach their fullest potential, to discover their skills without differences and bullying.
I am Nahed, a mother before anything else. I built this entire place, dreaming of a space where Ahmed could live, where I could watch him grow. My dreams, like any mother, were very big. Unfortunately, after I started this place, Ahmed's needs were different, and today Ahmed. What exists in this place? But the place has become for all the Ahmed in this world. I now have more than one Ahmed. I have Ali, I have Khaled. They call me Mom, and my son does not talk. After my long journey with Ahmed, he stayed the same. I was the one who changed. So I wanted to change Ahmed, but Ahmed won't change. Ahmed granted me exponential strength to be the person I am now, capable of helping all these people. I really do not see myself as strong. Is there a greater strength than that? This is Ahmed's strength, although considered as disabled, but they are not weak. They deserve to live. We all have our own kind of disability. The only thing these children fear is losing their parents. They fear because we have become their safety, not the society. The community as a whole must change so that children feel safe. Then comes competition, and there comes desire to achieve self-worth. Children do not feel safe. Their safety is us. So we must give our children safety before we ask society to give them safety. A group of young men graduated from our center are now working in government agencies.
in Emicor, and some working at Siemens Energy, with very good salaries, comparable to university, graduate salaries. These children must have experience and skills so that they can compete in the labor market according to their capabilities.
My name is Andrea, and I'm 18 years old. I consider myself as a kind person. I love helping everyone who seeks help. I enjoy spending time with my family. I believe there is love inside every person. Each person has a beautiful soul within them. How would you describe Mahmoud? He is a kind person and musically talented. He plays the piano and sings, and he is also handsome.
How do you describe Andrea?
She is my friend. I love her very much. She plays the piano and the guitar.
I was studying a major that I love. I was easing my conscience as a mother by studying something that could help my son. We can manage behavior either with reinforcement or punishment. When we know which reinforcement is best for the child, we can use it to teach the child to ask and express themselves. It is not necessary to express by talking, because many autistic do not speak. So we can use pictures, or we can use an iPad to be able to communicate with them, and they can communicate with us. This skill is one of the most important things we teach a child. It's one of the foundational skills we begin with for a child. Honestly, the early stages were the hardest for me. I used to repeat sessions that he learned with the specialist every day. I would reapply the speech sessions with him 4 times a day. I used to repeat them on the same day. At the times when I could not do these sessions, I would repeat them through activities I would do with him at home. So when he became responsive, when he was ready, when he became ready to expose him, experiments to find out what does he like, so we tried. 2 experiments and discover what he liked. We began teaching him the field of computer and software, and we tried exposing him to all fields until we discovered that Mahmoud was excellent at playing piano. He can express himself, his anger, his joy through playing the piano.
What if we were asked to pause for a moment and put on the shoes of this mother or sister or that father or brother just for a moment? What if we realized that one of our children is on the autism spectrum? Everyone we spoke to never wished to switch roles. Instead, they asked of those around them or those they encountered on the street or in the store or the cinema or school. Anyway, they wish to grant these passes by the children with autism a little understanding and a little love.
It pains me to see him grow up, still with that same innocence and childlike nature. Maybe because I'm afraid for him, afraid of his innocence, the purity of his thinking, his unconditional love for people, and his lack of awareness of the evil in this world. The initial phase is exceptionally challenging, initiating them with their first word, the first letter. It's a very challenging stage. It's one of the most challenging stages. The challenge of adulthood is also affected.
And I want to say to the ones who abandon their children, go back to them. They need you. Do not be ashamed of your children. Your son may not be what you dreamed of, but they become something you never dreamed of before. I am really grateful for his presence, no matter what he is. Of course, I wish he does not suffer from autism. I cannot imagine my life without his presence.
What do you want to say to Dad?
I played the piano.
If you want to talk to him but he is away,
I call him.
what do you tell him?
Come. I love playing piano and drawing and sports and swimming.
What do you do in the kitchen?
I make a labneh sandwich.
صعبة في أولها مع بعض أنا وإنت أكيد هنكملها لا 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 لا.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Dublin. The capital and largest city of Ireland, Dublin. It has become a historical and contemporary center for education and the arts, a fast-improving economic industry. And today, it's become one of the frequently visited cities in the world. Dublin's unique charms is its string of attractions that offers a bit of everything for everyone. The Guinness Storehouse is one, being one of Ireland's top visitor attractions. It is a massive 7-story building that once served as a Guinness fermentation plant. Now it has been remodeled into a shape of a giant pint of Guinness. The storehouse teaches guests how to make the world-famous beer. The Gravity Bar inside is a favorite, where they get to enjoy drinks while enjoying breathtaking 360-degree views of the city. The Dublin Zoo is a highlight too. See many rare and exotic animals in their natural habitats. There's a gaze of giraffes, zebras, scimitar oryx, and ostrich. There's also the Kaziranga Forest, where you'll see a herd of ancient elephants. One of the most innovative water parks in Europe is the National Aquatic Center. It's great for family fun and thrilling adventures with friends. Go through caves or water adventures, fly through the air, or have an enjoyable family day. It's got the biggest water rides and attractions. The National Gallery of Ireland is where you'll find over 2,500 paintings and some 10,000 other works in different media. Watercolor art, drawings, prints, and sculptures are all there. Another museum is the National Museum of Ireland Archaeology, where you'll be transported back in time. The finest collection of prehistoric gold artifacts in Europe can be found here. Then, there's also the National Botanic Gardens. It has many attractive features like an arboretum, sensory garden, rock garden, and burn area, large pond, and extensive herbaceous borders. Plus, it has an annual display of decorative plants, such as a rare example of Victorian carpet bedding. Another popular destination is St. Patrick's Cathedral. It is one of the few buildings left from the medieval city of Dublin. It remains as the largest cathedral in Ireland, with a fascinating history worth knowing. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. President Trump warns America is not finished with Iran and that it's not seen anything yet. The Lebanese army begins deploying in southern Lebanon after Israeli forces withdraw under the first phase of a US-backed plan. And ASEAN foreign ministers meet in Manila with the escalating US-Iran conflict dominating talks over energy, security, inflation, and the global economic outlook. President Trump has said America is not finished at all in Iran after its 10th consecutive night of strikes on Iranian military targets. U.S. Central Command has said missile and drone launch sites and air defense systems were targeted. Iran has responded with attacks on U.S. military assets in Bahrain, Kuwait and Jordan. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by geopolitical and economic journalist Ellie Cohanim, who is right here in the studio with me, and also the managing director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett. Michael and Alina, great to have you on the show with me. Thank you so much. Michael, we're going to start with you because we've seen another night of strikes, as I said, 10th consecutive day. How much damage has actually been inflicted on Iran, according to the US? And what's the current game plan when it comes to America?
So let me start with the first part of that question, which is that the Pentagon says that they are hitting missile launch sites, storage facilities, as well as air defense systems, command and control centers transport links. They say that they are doing great damage, not just Donald Trump on his social media posts, but also the Pentagon official announcements. They are saying that they are doing great damage, making sure that the Iranians are not going to be able to fight. That's their short-term goal, making sure that they can get Iran out of daily skirmishes.
Oh, Alina, we do appear to have just lost Michael there, but it's also important for us to highlight that President Donald Trump was talking earlier in the Oval Office. He was hosting the president of Lebanon, that's Joseph Aoun, and President Donald Trump said the US is not finished with Iran and will continue military operations. These are the latest lines from the US president. He also said that even if the US withdraw now, it would take 20 to 25 years to rebuild Iran from the damage sustained in the conflict. He also said we are not leaving right now. So we heard a lot from the US president.
Yeah, what worries me actually the most is this sentence of Donald Trump, we are not finished yet, because there are a lot of things we have to take into consideration, because previously we've seen that the US was mainly targeting south of Iran. Now, during the last few days, or actually the last night, we've seen that they expand into the western part of Iran, which is way closer to Tehran. And this is kind of, they're maintaining or pushing further for more leverage over Iran. And a few days back, there was also a meeting in the Situation Room, and some experts suggested to Trump, maybe let's try a ground operation. And I kind of feel there is an appetite for that. But with that being said, there are still some efforts for more collaboration. For the diplomatic channels are still open. We could see yesterday in Islamabad, in Pakistan, we've seen the Iran Interior Minister Eskander Momeni arrive, and it was very interesting when he arrived. He got this like a very high-level welcome. He came also with some members of the IRGC. Pakistanis gave him flowers. It was really a formal, high-level entrance he made. And there will be talks today, and also yesterday they took already place. We don't know the details about those meetings, but we know that there might some talks about 10 days ceasefire. So what is that? A few days back, Pakistan and Qatar, they met along with some other Middle Eastern countries, and they tried to implement, or at least suggest, a framework inside of the framework we already have. Remember, Memorandum of Understanding from June. And right now, it kind of feels like it's falling apart. And so Pakistan and Qatar suggested, why not do a 10 days ceasefire? So the only difference, it should not replace the Memorandum of Understanding. The only difference is that we just pause. We're fighting, that's it, and try to get back to the negotiating table.
And I think it's interesting, right, because I think both Iran and the US have said that door to diplomacy is still open, despite us seeing escalation on the battlefield. And Michael, I want to bring you back into the conversation, because we were talking, sadly we lost you due to the internet, but I wanted you to finish your thought really on what the US current game plan is, and also how much damage has been inflicted on Iran, because we are still seeing Iran really projecting its strength when it comes to Gulf neighboring countries and the Strait of Hormuz.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Iran is doing a very good job of making sure that they show the world that they are not going anywhere. They're not going to bend the knee, and they're going to continue to hit the Americans where they think it's most effective. So while the U.S., the Pentagon, saying that they're launching missile strikes at storage facilities and also command and control centers, transport links in Iran, that seems to be the short-term goal, making sure that Iran cannot fight too much longer. The long-term strategy, though, I think, and I've said this for months, it has to be with the Iranians at the negotiating table, because there's so much damage that Iran can do, not because they need to destroy ships or air bases or military installations as they did in Jordan over the weekend, but simply the threat of being able to strike a ship is enough to curtail the amount of oil that would go through the strait on a daily basis. And that's where the US, no matter what they do to the Iranians only have to be able to send out a drone every once in a while to let everybody know that they are still in the game and they still have a fair bit of power. If the Iranians and the US can come together, that's going to be the way that they can solve it. Right now, Donald Trump, he'll go on social media, he'll talk a good game. He'll say, as you said earlier, 25 years, that's how long it's going to take the Iranians to restore everything. But the reality is that we can see that Iran has an awful lot of power right now. And if the US want to get this sorted, especially if they want to be able to come back and have the MOU actually have some substance, they're going to have to speak to the Iranians at the negotiating table.
And I think that is a really good point to make, is right now when we look at what Iran's actions are, they don't have the military capability of the US, but they can cause economic impacts and economic harm to the rest of the world due to the Strait of Hormuz. So many people are arguing that right now that's what Iran is trying to do. It's economic damage. It's changed the playing field. Of course, Gulf countries are being struck every single day, Kuwait, Bahrain, and also Jordan. But if we just go back to look at Pakistan, Pakistan right now at the moment is hosting Iran's interior minister. But Pakistan also has a lot to achieve here. How much leverage, essentially, do they have over the US and Iran to get them back to the negotiating table?
Yeah, so they also agreed on doing more economic business together. Pakistan and Iran, they raised the trade from $3 billion to now $10 billion of trade. This is one thing they agreed on and officially announced. Pakistan has a lot of leverage, but of course they have their own interests, because currently this country is very much under pressure economically due to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. But they also have a long border with Iran. They are used to dealing with Iran. They know each other. They know each other from previous negotiations. And Pakistan was one of the main mediators for the Memorandum of Understanding in June. So I have high hopes in that meeting, even though internationally it's not seen like this. I watched today Indian news, for instance, and they said this will not change anything.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Michael and Alina. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And the Lebanese army has started deploying troops in southern Lebanon after Israeli forces withdrew under the first phase of a US-backed security plan. It's aimed at restoring Lebanese state control and removing Hezbollah weapons from the area. Earlier, Lebanese President Joseph Aoun met US President Donald Trump in Washington. Take a listen.
Really, I would like to thank President Trump, really, and his team for the historic visit and for the historic achievement that we did together by signing the framework with the ultimate objective of ending the state of hostility between Lebanon and Israel forever. I think, Mr. President, this will be your legacy. Together, we'll be able to achieve this objective. It's about time for Lebanon and for the whole region to be stable and secure. And I know your vision is peace, your vision is stability, and I think my vision coincides with your vision. And together, I think we will be able to achieve and to score success in that regard.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. You have tremendous spirit on your side. You have people that love that country, and they're going to make it work.
We got to make it work.
Right. Thank you very much.
Alina, I just want to bring a line from the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun. He has said after that meeting with Donald Trump, expresses deep appreciation for US support after Trump talks. But let's just talk a little bit about how historic this meeting is, because it's the first known contact between President Donald Trump and the Lebanese Prime Minister Joseph Aoun since he took office. Just really, what a historical moment was today and how significant is it?
So it's the first face-to-face contact. They had a conversation on the phone before. It was in April, and it was a 17 minutes call back in the days. And even then, they already had kind of a good relationship with each other. Joseph Aoun, after that telephone call, he said Donald Trump was very positive, and he said it was a very good conversation. And they built on that conversation in the videos we've seen now. And it is also the first Lebanese president since 29 who is even in Washington for a conversation. So even that shows how far those two countries are actually apart from each other. But nevertheless, Lebanon is very important because the US plan depends completely on the Lebanese army, because what they're trying to do, they should deploy, Israel is starting to deploy from some parts of southern Lebanon, and the Lebanese army has to go in there to make sure that Hezbollah is not taking those empty spots. So this is a very sensitive point we are currently in, and that's why it's very important that the US government and also the Lebanese government work together. But let's be honest, Hezbollah is also part of the government in Lebanon, and maybe we will elaborate on that.
Yeah, it's a very difficult situation right now, because obviously we've seen Joseph Aoun in the White House meeting President Donald Trump, both saying the meeting went very well, but the reality on the ground is, can Lebanon control Hezbollah? And I think that's going to be a point, because Lebanon's under a lot of pressure to make this work from the United States. But Michael, meanwhile, we've seen the first phase of the security plan, as Alina said, as the Lebanese army is deployed in the south. What are really the main aims here of these pilot zones? And I guess the big question is, if these first pilot zones don't work, what does it mean going forward?
So that's the million-dollar question, because this has to work for the Lebanese in the south of Lebanon, and also for Lebanon is looking to make sure that they have healthy relationships with the United States. That's the key. And for the U.S. to believe that Lebanon can actually operate its own country and run its own military. These pilot zone, the trip that the Lebanese military take into these pilot zones as the Israeli military leaves, it's essential. So what will happen in the short term, as in these pilot zones, this is where Israel has their military. As they leave, the Lebanese military will come in, and they will then stabilize that and make sure that Hezbollah is not going to be armed. And as one pilot zone becomes safe and stable, then Israel will withdraw from a second pilot zone, and then the Lebanese military will go in there. Now, the challenge for the Lebanese military is to make sure that they're able to do this in an assertive way when or if they have to challenge Hezbollah, but they don't want to get into a position where they're confronting Hezbollah. This is the tightrope they have to walk. Skeptics will say that if this doesn't work, and if the Lebanese military is too confrontational with Hezbollah, what could happen is there could be another civil war. That's the worst case scenario. But what the Lebanese president is doing today is he's having, hopefully, and it looked like he did, a good banter with the president. He's then hoping that Donald Trump will have a word with the Israeli prime minister and encourage the Israeli prime minister to work with the his Lebanese counterpart to make sure that Lebanon that the Israeli military leaves southern Lebanon. And then I think there might be something that I never thought would happen in my lifetime, which is true normalized diplomatic relations between Lebanon and Israel.
But I think the wider context here that is what we have to look at right now is Iran. So I think it was quite fascinating because during that meeting that President Donald Trump had with Joseph Aoun in the White House, he did say here that Trump said, "I'll speak to Hezbollah if Aoun wanted me to talk to them." And I spoke to an analyst a bit earlier from Lebanon, and he said to me, but what's the point? Hezbollah is run by Iran. So even if President Donald Trump has direct negotiations with Hezbollah, what difference is going to make? So this shows how the umbrella of all of it connects together and how difficult it is right now.
I totally agree with what your previous analyst said. What I also would like to add that we don't know what Netanyahu is doing. We know that he's very cautious about the current ceasefire, and we also know that it's very convenient for him that he has this, how Netanyahu calls it, buffer zones or pilot zones, because it makes Netanyahu or Israel feel more safe from any attacks of Hezbollah. So we should also wait what happens there. We know that there have been some attacks from Israel to those parts in Lebanon where the pilot zones are. Just even today, some Lebanese soldiers mentioned that to the press, that apparently there have been new attacks coming up. So let's wait and see. We also know that Joseph Aoun said he will not talk to Netanyahu at that stage yet because he doesn't want to provide Israel with the symbolism of normalization. He said it exactly like this, before they completely withdraw from southern Lebanon.
And there's been a lot of criticism inside of Lebanon for holding talks with Israel directly. But Michael, just to pick up on a final point here, just picking up on what Elena said. So the Lebanese army said Israeli troops fired near its forces, while Israel said it only fired warning shots. And this was this agreed pilot zone a little bit earlier today. And they asked the US president about Israel's actions and would the US press Israel to withdraw. Trump said, we'll be looking at that. Do you think that Donald Trump has enough pressure to actually stop Israel inside of Lebanon? Do you think he's exerting that pressure behind the scenes?
I think Donald Trump would say publicly that he does have enough pressure. He has spoken about how Benjamin Netanyahu knows that Donald Trump holds the cards in the relationship. I don't know if Benjamin Netanyahu would say to his fellow Israelis that that is the case. It certainly is the narrative that Donald Trump wants to project. I do think that they have a healthy enough relationship. And analysts have talked that it's almost like a brotherly relationship, older brother being Donald Trump, younger brother being the Israeli prime minister. I do think that they can have honest, frank conversations. As we know from stories, they certainly swear an awful lot at each other. So they do have a frank exchange of ideas and opinions. But what has to happen, if this is going to work, is that Donald Trump is going to have to somehow entice, convince the Israeli prime minister that this is in the best interests of his country. And more importantly, if Donald Trump can make Benjamin Netanyahu understand that the U.S. wants an incredibly strong Lebanon and they want a healthy relationship with Lebanon, then that's where I think Donald Trump would be more assertive with the Israeli prime minister, and Netanyahu would have to play along because it is what the U.S. wants.
And just to wrap up the section, I want to bring you a breaking news line. We're getting this news line from Bloomberg News, and it says the new UK Prime Minister Andy Burnham has approved the use of UK bases for some US strikes on Iran. There was a lot of speculation that this was possibly going to happen. Of course, Andy Burnham has just entered office. It was his first day in number 10 yesterday, and now that we're getting this news that the UK Prime Minister Andy Burnham approves use of UK bases for some US strikes on Iran, we don't have any further detail, but an update we're getting right now. So stay right there, and thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story. Foreign ministers from ASEAN have open talks in Manila, with the escalating conflict between the United States and Iran dominating discussions. Leaders have warned that fighting could disrupt energy supplies through the Strait of Hormuz, adding to global economic uncertainty as the region also confronts its own security challenges. Take a listen.
We live in a time defined by what I call the 3 U's: upheaval, uncertainty, and unpredictability. As developments around the world continue to strain global peace, security, and stability, it is highly fitting to recall our theme for this year, Navigating Our Future Together. We honor the fundamental principles we have successfully guided ASEAN for 5 decades: mutual respect for sovereignty, non-interference, and the peaceful settlement of disputes. These time-tested norms remain the bedrock of our regional stability, ensuring our code of conduct that stands strong against shifting global winds. We must continue this journey together because cooperation is no longer a choice. It is a strategic necessity.
Michael, let's start with you, because the conflict in Iran is really high on the agenda at this ASEAN summit. How are foreign ministers trying to navigate the energy crisis many of them are facing?
So the policy right now, the unwritten policy, is if they can get through today, then maybe they can survive tomorrow. It's incredibly important for so many of the nations, and I'm thinking of Singapore, Vietnam, Thailand, these nations that, the Philippines, these nations that rely so much on imported oil. They need everything in the Strait of Hormuz to go back to the way it was on February 27th, because their economies are so reliant upon imported oil. So when the foreign ministers are coming together, they're going to do their level best to make sure that there is diplomacy and to impress upon Marco Rubio, who is there representing the states, that this needs to get sorted because we're truly struggling. Now, the challenge for the ASEAN leaders is that they must know that their desires, their needs, are not necessarily front and center when it comes to what Donald Trump is trying to do. And so they're going to have to work doubly hard to make sure that Marco Rubio understands that they have an awful lot of allies in the 11-member ASEAN group of nations. And if Marco Rubio and the United States wants the continued support, even if it's just behind the scenes, he needs to make sure that Donald Trump truly understands how important it is that things get sorted ASAP with Iran.
And we do know that the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio will be meeting his Chinese counterpart Wang Yi on the sidelines of the ASEAN gathering in Manila. And I think a lot of the speculation about this conference happening at the moment is it's going to lay the groundwork for that meeting between US President Donald Trump and the Chinese President Xi Jinping. But Elena, the US State Department has also warned now against traveling to the Middle East. What impact do you think that could have on the region?
So I wanted to bring it into a broader perspective. Since you mentioned China, there was a very interesting article today from the Telegraph, and they said, isn't it interesting that on the one hand side, Donald Trump also today, he said Iran has very little left, but apparently Iran still is very precise and very dangerous with his strikes, and they know so much. So the Telegraph stated maybe the Iranians get some satellite data from China or also from Russia. Of course, it's not an official statement. It's just an analysis I read today, and I find it very interesting because it's actually true. Iran knows so much. So when you take that into consideration, and then you read the statement from yesterday of the State Department, they issued a worldwide caution for American citizens. They said the Americans should stay alert when they are already inside of the Middle East. They should prepare for canceled flights, airspace closures, sudden disruptions, and Americans who are not in the Middle East yet, they should reconsider traveling there. And the timing is also very interesting because right now it's very hot here, obviously, sometimes about 50 degrees. So a lot of people are currently on holidays. So why are they issuing that now? I find that very interesting. So there are a few possibilities. Maybe they know more than we know, or maybe it's just because they now know that the Iranians have some satellite data. We don't know what the reason is, but I find the timing very interesting.
Yeah, the timing is pretty fascinating, especially when it comes to the weather here, because we know a lot of people leave this region because the summers are so hot, and then they come back later on when schools start in September. So it's an interesting time, as you do say. Michael, I just want to bring you a breaking news line that we're getting from Donald Trump, because we're just talking right now about this warning for travel to the Middle East that the US State Department issued. But Trump, he said, hereby directing my administration to allow all US airline carriers to fly directly to Lebanon. This is a line we're just getting now.
So I find that incredibly interesting because this is a real first step. I think that the U.S. has not had a healthy relationship with Lebanon for decades. And that's partly because you'll have, for instance, as you mentioned earlier, Hezbollah does have members of parliament in the Lebanese parliament. And I think that traditionally, the U.S. has been so closely aligned with Israel, and Israel does not have diplomatic relations with Lebanon. And I think that the U.S. takes its cues a little bit from the relationships that Israel has with various neighbors. So I think it's a big first step. Now, just because Donald Trump has said it doesn't mean it's actually going to happen. But my guess is that this is the start of the process of trying to support Lebanon as best they can. You can't speak, if you're the U.S., you cannot speak about wanting a strong and capable Lebanon if you're not going to do everything you can to also support them.
So I guess, Alina, in many ways, President Donald Trump living up to what he said to the Lebanese Prime Minister by the sounds of it. So hopefully Joseph Aoun will be leaving the White House thinking today we do have the full backing from the US when it comes to the pilot zones and the pressure to be put on Israel.
Yeah, apparently it looks like it. And he also goes back with a lot of money. We know already 100 billion for civil infrastructure, 30 billion for military purposes. So, and we know that Joseph Aoun even wants to have more money. So let's see what will happen during that situation.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. Joshua Kerry, the suspect accused of Anne Widdecombe's death, has appeared in court, charged with her murder. The 78-year-old former MP was found dead at a home in Devon on the 9th of July, although no medical cause of death has been established during a coroner's inquest. Alina, it's been an incredibly sad story, and obviously today we did see some more detail has come out. What was established from today's court appearance, and what do we know about Josh Kerry, the suspect himself?
Yeah, so Anne Widdecombe was struck 21 times with a hammer on her head, and it was quite detailed in the court. The prosecutor said the camera material they've seen, they show her eating lunch at her table at home. Then all of a sudden a car pulled aside. She lives in a house in Devon, and it's like a bungalow. It's very far away from everything else. It's a very quiet area. And then a car pulled aside. It was a red, very old car, and then the 20-year-old Joshua Kerry got out of the car. He just walked through the front door. It was open, and he asked her for her credit card, for her identification. She apparently answered that, and then he hit her with the hammer 21 times. He took her cards then, her passport, her handbag, and pushed her from the chair and left the house. All of that within 2 minutes.
It's an extremely harrowing story when we get the details out of court. But Michael, the inquest into Ann Widdecombe's death has also taken place. What details have been released?
Well, Alina mentioned most of the details. I would, I think, jump and talk a little bit about Joshua himself. This is the suspect, the man who's been arraigned, 28 years old. His father passed away from cancer just last year. He currently lives alone with a dog. And unfortunately, it's a stereotype that we see a picture of Joshua. It's a stereotype, but according to neighbors, he was one of those quiet and shy types of men. And this is, I think, going to be one of those court cases that will captivate the English-British audience. And I think it will go on for an awful long time, partly because you have everything that's going on, that's being said, social media, people are making snap judgments based on Joshua's appearance. And I think that it's going to be almost an opportunity for a lot of politicians, specifically Nigel Farage, to talk about some of the dangers and challenges that MPs are facing like never before. And I think that this case will captivate the nation for the next little while.
Absolutely, Michael. I couldn't agree with you more. And let's talk a little bit about that, Alina, because politics in the UK now is becoming extremely divisive. Ann Widdecombe, she was a much-loved figure in Britain. She not only was a politician, but she was often on our TV channels in debate. She was on Strictly Come Dancing. She was such a character in politics and well-loved. She's the third UK politician to be murdered in a targeted attack since 2016. Police believe Widdecombe was targeted, but the motive remains under investigation. And this raises a lot of questions among so many MPs in the UK. Right now, how safe are they? Is it going to become more like America when more security needs to be deployed?
Yeah, I mean, I find it quite interesting. The suspect drove 3 hours to even reach her house. So what kind of motive did he have? And you mentioned it, they arrested him before, and then they thought it cannot be him because it's just too far away. And then later on they got back to him. And now they even mentioned that it might be terrorism-related activity, but it's not confirmed yet. And it's the third conservative politician within the last decade that got attacked or got even murdered like her, unfortunately. And we also know that Nigel Farage had so many death threats. Only this year he talked about it. When I look at Germany, I've seen the same. And it really comes down to how safe are those politicians, especially the politicians who are not under the so-called establishment, how Twitter would say.
Yeah, exactly, because if you look right now at Ann Widdecombe, former Conservative minister, later a prominent figure in the Reform UK party, which is to the right of politics, Reform UK, she actually wasn't a sitting MP. She was on the outskirts of it. So it's how big that security ban obviously will cover, because it's a huge amount of people if you look at how many people are in Parliament in the UK. But I don't know. You had a really interesting point a little bit earlier when we were speaking before the show, Michael, and we were just talking about how these assassinations of presidents and the killing of politicians captivate the public audience.
They really do. I think one of the strong and iconic images of Donald Trump, for instance, is him raising the fist with a bloody ear after there was an assassination attempt. And I think that there's something about how the world looks through social media to the United States when it comes to what is pop culture, what is popular, what is very engaging. And the way that the US media, the independent media as well as the independent media will cover US politics, they try to make it as attractive, as sexy, as interesting as possible. And globally, we look to the United States to be a leader. Donald Trump is the leader of the free world. He's the most powerful man, and he has captivated the attention of the world, and he does such a good job of that. So when the United States is going through a situation where they've had so many politicians over the past few years attacked, it really, I think, for lack of a better word, it almost inspires others. Now, do I have any science to back that up? No, of course not. But there does seem to be a trend that when something happens in the States, it slowly starts to drift around to other parts of the world. And I think the UK right now is going through something where, much like in the US, there's such division along political lines. And it's not as though we can disagree. If we disagree, then we absolutely have to make it clear that we don't like each other, we can't get along, and then that deteriorates often to violence.
And Alina, let's just pick up on that, because we've spoken about Joshua Carey, 28-year-old, has been charged with Anne Widdecombe's murder, is currently remanded in custody until October. He has not entered a plea, so this is on the legal ramifications. But right now, speculation is, we've spoken about social media before. We've seen assassinations of big US presidents, RFK, and so on. But social media has now got a big part to play in it, and that's what lots of people are pointing at.
Yeah, definitely. Social media will even get a bigger role, and then we don't only have social media, we also have AI. And this will makes it even more complicated, because people see a small part of a video, they interpret it in their way, or it's even like not a real video, and it will spiral. That makes it even more dangerous. And I have no solution for that, but unfortunately, I feel like the politicians nowadays, especially in Europe, they don't have a solution for that as well.
Yeah, it's very difficult. Michael and Alina, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Alina and Michael have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Michael, we're going to start with you, because I absolutely love this story. It's about cutting back on complaining does wonders for your brain, apparently. Enlighten us on this story.
And it's also something that you and I are in agreement on. I know, big surprise, we agree on something, but it's this idea of not being able to play the victim card. And that happens so often through society now. So what happens is, if you are perhaps sitting too long with negative thoughts, you are thinking about that awful moment during your day, what happens is you start to relive that. And there are studies that have shown that negative thoughts will have a greater impact and stay with us longer than positive thoughts. Now, what a study that has just come out has talked about is that if you can give yourself a break, a week-long break from complaining, instead of being stuck in that loop where you think that you're actually working through something negative that's happened, what you're doing is you're sitting longer and longer with those negative thoughts. So by no longer complaining for a week, you will become more self-aware, and you will also ease the anxiety that you might be feeling. And then you won't be in a position where you're playing the victim card. And then the energy that you will attract and also give off will be much more positive, and this study says, you'll be in a position where you'll actually be feeling much better.
I love that we agree on this idea, Because I always think that the more you moan, the more of a victim you want to be, and I find that hugely frustrating. Move on. I don't know, Alina, do you have any thoughts? Do you share what Michael and I say, or are you a little bit more sympathetic to the moan?
Yeah, actually, I'm German, and we Germans, we like to complain. We like to complain about the weather. So I feel like it connects me with my friends very well when we can complain about something. We even have specific words for that, which I think they don't even exist in other languages. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is I looked that study up as well, and I found another study, which is also interesting, is that, Michael, as far as I remember, you're from Canada, and Canadians, same like people from the US, they have a lower tolerance for negative feelings than Europeans. And that's why we can deal with more frustration in Europe, and we don't even feel the need to change it. So I think
there's some truth in that. And I've said this to people. I believe because it gets so freaking cold some days in Canada, it can get to -40. And the reality is you still have to get up and go to work or go to school. You have no option. So complaining isn't going to do anything. You still have to get out. You still have to scrape the snow off the car. You still have to go to work or school. So you just get on with it. And I think because of the weather, I think that we do less complaining.
And I do think that's fascinating. I'm obviously from a different culture. I'm from a background where I came from Africa. And I think if I ever complained, everyone would just be like, suck it up, princess. What are you going to do? You've got to go to school. You've got to get on with it, you know. So sometimes I do think there is a difference in culture. But also, I'm not going to lie, Michael, you must agree with me, Alina, I'm with you on this. Sometimes you just like a good moan because it sort of connects everyone together in some respects. Especially, I don't know, maybe it's us ladies. We all like to have a moan about men normally, Michael, don't we? That's our biggest moan.
What I've learned to do, I've been married a long time, what I've learned to do with my wife is we'll sort of start the conversation by saying, okay, are you just venting or do you actually want me to try and help? And if it's just a vent session, then you just go in and you just unleash everything. You use the worst possible language and then you move on.
I like this idea. That's a good pro tip. Anyway, yeah. Alina, moving on, another topic, but we've got the pro tip from Michael there. And let's talk a little bit about the US Vice President, J.D. Vance, because he's had a new arrival, which has been something that's been celebrated at the White House.
Yeah, so maybe similar as Michael, he also talks a lot about how he dealt in his relationship with certain points, and he really, like in both of his books, he's talking about his wife, and they have now 4 children together. And I really enjoy reading, when I was reading his book, how positively he's talking about this family he just created, because J.D. Vance comes from a very broken background. And now they have their 4th child, and he's the first vice president ever who has his child while he is vice president. His wife is called Usha Vance. And the first one who congratulated them was, of course, Donald Trump. He even posted a picture of the newborn baby boy. His name is Alec Neil Vance, and he was born Sunday morning. And they both, Usha and J.D. Vance, they met in law, in jail law school, which I also think is very interesting.
And there has been lots of books written on J.D. Vance. Well, he wrote one book called Hillbilly Elegy, and of course that was made into a Netflix drama. But I don't know, Michael, just a quick final thought from you. J.D. Vance says one of the reasons he had another child is because people just aren't having enough children. Would you agree with that theory?
I think that's very much a personal choice. I also think it sounds a little handmaid in tale sort of ishness. I also think that there have been a couple of regimes in the past who have talked about wanting more children. It just feels a little bit too, you've become indoctrinated. So I don't know if that's necessarily the language or the way that I would express it. I think you should just say we have a loving family and we wanted more kids.
And yeah, definitely. Now they've got a 4th, yeah.
I feel like it's just a classic USA. They always want to supersize things, put things in a bigger perspective, and that's what J.D. Vance is doing. He's doing something for the nation.
He's doing something for the nation. There we are. Thank you so much, Michael and Alina. Great to have you on the show. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Once again, thanks to our guest, geopolitical and economic journalist Alina Cara-Bayer, who was in the studio with me, and managing director of This is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, who was in Dubai. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X, GNT. That's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, with both sides escalating, the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian says the conflict with the US has become, quote, a full-scale war. We ask, is that really the case? And what will this next phase of the conflict look like? Well, we're going to be turning our attention as well to demonstrations in Ukraine and asking whether they make President Zelensky look vulnerable. And after the mayor of New York says the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will be arrested if he sets foot in the city, President Trump says that's not going to happen. We ask, who should we believe? All of that coming up in this edition of GNT. Hello and welcome to the programme. The conflict in Iran continues to escalate. The US military said earlier today that it has completed its latest round of strikes on Iran, marking the 10th consecutive day of attacks. Well, according to the US Central Command, the strikes hit Iranian military centers, including missile and drone launch sites. Meanwhile, close to 100 US service members have suffered some level of injury since the July 7th escalation began. Well, the Pentagon says those injuries were sustained in attacks during the course of the past 2 weeks, but it's being criticized for taking time to reveal the full extent of the injuries. Well, as the fighting intensifies, diplomatic efforts are continuing as well. Pakistan's army chief has met with Iran's interior minister in Islamabad. That's according to Al Arabiya sources. Well, let's get more on this now. We can speak to Lieutenant General Russell L. Honoré, who is a retired three-star general and former commanding officer of the U.S. First Army. He joins us from Louisiana. General Honoré, always a pleasure having you on the program. The Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian says this conflict has become, and I quote, a full-scale war. Does it look like that to you?
It's starting to look like that with daily attacks from Iran and counterstrikes from the U.S., and the consistent attack on shipping in the Strait of Hormuz, which is the international waterway covered by the freedom of navigation, which Iran has now claimed is theirs to control. This is a very contested kinetic war now with daily strikes, attacks and counterattacks. And Iran has found a way to target some 50,000 U.S. troops that are in the region, that are hosted in the Gulf nations, from Jordan to Saudi Arabia to Kuwait, UAE. So they're going after strategic targets where the U.S. troops are, as well as tapping into some of the infrastructure in the Gulf states. So this is on a path of escalation that I think will be detrimental to both sides, the complete escalation of this to each side trying to outstrike the other. And it's going to cause a tremendous amount of civilian casualties, military casualties, infrastructure damage, a damage to global economy. And I'm hoping both sides would start moving toward a ceasefire again and try and find some resolution.
Why don't we pick up on the U.S., the attacks carried out by Iran on U.S. bases across the region, including, I should add, Kuwait, and that was just today. There have been several of these kinds of attacks on Bahrain and other places too, but do you get the impression that those attacks have caused meaningful damage to the U.S., or has it been more symbolic, do you think?
Well, the U.S. has been holding its cards close. It wasn't until yesterday, with the recent deaths of the soldiers last Friday in Jordan and one actually in Iraq, that the U.S. updated its casualty report to now 17 dead and over 400 wounded. The Pentagon has said many of them were minor wounds and they were returned to duty. But they've been slow in reporting. Now, it's normal. You don't get immediate reports because the next of kin have to be notified. The troops have to be evaluated. Some of them have to be evacuated out of the theater to get, but they haven't been fully releasing information on the amount of wounded in actions.
I mean, one of the things we hear... Sorry, go ahead.
And the amount of damage to the U.S. camps that are forward deployed in the Middle East. We have not gotten a full report on the amount of damage. There have been reports on the 5th Fleet headquarters. There have been some reports coming out of Kuwait on some of the damage. But it would appear the Iranian have been effective in targeting those places where the U.S. troops are inside our Gulf allies' territory, to include Saudi Arabia.
So obviously, Iran is able to carry out reprisal attacks, or it can respond, or indeed carry out the first strike if it wants to. And we've been told different messages from the United States, though, before. People we've spoken to on this channel have said Iran is increasingly unable to respond because it is so severely militarily degraded. Quite hard to know what to believe here.
Well, I think you believe what your eyes show you, not what people say, but what they do. And Iran still retain the capacity to shoot missiles and to deploy drones in a relatively effective way. And there's some that speculate that they are resilient, and they have gotten help reportedly caught in the media. Not something that's been acknowledged by the U.S. From Russia and China, who are partners with Iran. So they've been resilient. They've used their resources effectively, much to the demise of our troops and to our Gulf allies. But this is turning into a war of attrition, where each side tried to degrade the other side. The big card in the game here is how long will the Gulf allies be able to withstand the damage that's coming to their infrastructure and the repeated attacks inside their countries, because they have played basically a defensive role and not gotten involved, as far as we know, in any offensive attacks across the Gulf directly toward Iran. And right now, it's a standalone operation of the U.S. And Israel, primarily U.S., because Israel has been focused on ceasefire in Lebanon and its continued operation against Hezbollah. And then another card played on the table yesterday. The Houthis have become engaged in wanting to close the Red Sea access to Saudi oil That was a backdoor, some strategic planning done by Saudi Arabia to be able to push oil through the Red Sea. And now the Houthis are claiming to close that access for Saudi export. So the availability of oil is being shut down. It's going to cause an economic global impact. And I think it's time for the global community to come together and the major players on all sides and move toward another ceasefire and get the Strait of Hormuz. We can't, the global community, the UN, everybody's in this thing that's impacted. We don't want to get into a state where nation states are able to close navigable waters based on political or military disputes. If that starts happening, we're going to end up with chaos in our supply chain and economic structure that has worked over the last 50 years. The freedom of navigation is an absolute right of every nation to be able to trade. And if nations don't trade, economies start failing and people start starving.
You're painting a pretty alarming picture, General Honoré, and just sort of really to add to that, it's been reported that Kuwait, this is just a case study, there are many other examples I could put to you, but Kuwait is having to resort to electricity rationing. We're in the height of the summer in the region that I'm speaking to you from. Temperatures quite regularly hit the 50 degrees centigrade mark. I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit, but trust me, it's hot. Does that pressure that's being applied to Kuwait in this particular example get felt by America, and does it change America's calculations?
I think there are people of great concern. And Kuwait and much of the Gulf nation depend on imports. I was at the port of Dammam in Saudi Arabia for about 4 months during Operation Desert Steel and Desert Storm. And I saw the amount of import that's coming from around the world into Saudi Arabia and subsequently into Kuwait. And with that Persian Gulf access, those navigable waters being closed, there's only so many days, months that, and then the subsequent impact on the attack on power grids, this is going to have a cascading effect throughout the Gulf, particularly with these extreme heat advisories we're getting globally. It's going to have an impact because people won't have the fuel to be able to run the electrical grids to take care of people, let alone the supply chain for food and other essential things coming in and out of the Middle East. We're interdependent as a nation on operational and functional supply chain. I mean, we look at what happened in COVID when it just slowed down because of the impact. Now we've got one of the most strategic waterways in the world that's closed on the south side by the U.S., they closed on the north side by Iran. This cannot be sustained globally to the global economy and to the global food chain and energy chain. So it's time for them to get back into Pakistan, ramp up the diplomatic discussions again, and then the global community come to Iran with whatever cards they need to convince them that they will not be allowed to close, nor the U.S. close the Strait of Hormuz. It's international waters. Because once we cross that line, we've got about 6 or 7 of these that I can think of off the top of my head that are critical to international trade and the national lifeline of supply chains that are in the global economy is based around, that move food and energy that will cause catastrophic impact globally.
I mean, we hear from the hawks in the United States, and we spoke to one yesterday who say they would encourage President Trump to, quote unquote, finish the job. And one of them told us yesterday, he was close to the late Senator Lindsey Graham, that if Senator Graham was still alive, that would be the advice he would give to President Trump. What does finish the job mean, do you think, to people who think along those lines?
Well, they're thinking about firepower and air and missile attacks. And as you recall, we deployed into Saudi Arabia with some over 300,000 troops in Desert Storm to dislodge Saddam out of Kuwait. It took us 3 months to put that many troops. We don't have the luxury of putting a large footprint, 200,000 troops in the Persian Gulf now, because those that we have there are under constant Iranian fire. The game has changed. This is not Venezuela. This is not Desert Storm 1 and 2, where we're able to put a large land army in and maneuver. And warfare has changed with the introduction of asymmetric capacities from cyber to drones to ballistic missiles that the Iranians have built. So this is a different war. And to think we can go in and attack a country with 92 million people and a military of about 500,000 without a base of operations across the Gulf, that is going to be a very difficult operation. It would take time, all the shipping to get troops there, then the onward movement across the Gulf to go into Iran. There's no easy way in. The mountain ranges on the east and west side of Iran are prohibitive. Armies throughout history have failed trying to go into Iran. And you can go back and look at the Iran-Iraq war, was devastating. Thousands of people killed in that most difficult terrain, and with 92 million people. So this, and without other allies, the Europeans are not there, and the Gulf nations right now are holding on to their infrastructure. And what happened when they start attacking oil infrastructure? This could be devastating to the global economy if and when they start to attack oil infrastructure. I think both sides have done some infrastructure attack. The U.S. have taken out some bridges, but they have not gone full hardy against the electrical grid and the water grid, even though a desal plant was hit in Kuwait, as I saw a couple of days ago. But all of these countries have built the infrastructure to sustain the environment they're in, and they depend on trade to import food and export energy. So this has to be resolved, and a kinetic you strike, I strike scenario give way for a major escalation.
I mean, a lot of what you're describing about the current reality and how events might unfold, I mean, you'd have thought that would have played a big part of the scenario planning before this operation was launched. I mean, do you think those scenarios, well, the current scenarios, were envisaged? And do you think the level of planning that went into this was adequate?
From listening to reports coming from the decisive meeting that happened in the White House in the Situation Room, and that's been reported by many, that the president put a lot of credit to what the Israeli prime minister had told him, that this would be a regime change that would come quick and decisive. The attack was quick, it was decisive. But in that meeting, many have reported that at least 3 members of his advisor team, the vice president, the secretary of state, and the CIA director didn't give much credit to the proposition that Prime Minister Netanyahu had convinced the president that this would go quickly and would cause regime change. And at the end of the day, as the president said, he went with his gut, and here we are. But the National Security Council generally did their job. The only thing that probably could have gotten people's attention if one of them had resigned over knowing that this would be an endless war that we were engaged in. And we're back into kind of Vietnam body count. We attacked, we killed 30. They attacked us, we lost 3. I mean, and then this idea for every U.S. troop you kill, we're going to kill so many of your people. That's ancient idea of warfare. And it's an attrition warfare that neither side, and the global economy, it's not just the U.S. and Iran fighting each other. In between, we got the Gulf states, which generate 20% of the world's energy, and fertilizer, and ammonia, and other industrial products that we've come to be dependent on. So it's time for, as we move toward the UN Council in New York, that the world come together and said, okay, it's time to stop. Let's get back to the negotiation table. Let's open the Straits of Hormuz. Under no circumstance can Iran be allowed to be able to close the strait, nor should the U.S. have the authority to close the strait. This has to stop.
Okay, I mean, before we move on to talking about diplomacy in a little bit more detail, I just want to pick up on some of the points that I've been hearing from you, which is, obviously you want to see, you've made the point very clearly, this isn't just about Iran and the United States. The whole world is implicated in this conflict in one way or another. Obviously, the US has lots of allies. It's got its NATO allies. It's got its European allies. And President Trump has made it clear he wants to see them step up to the plate. Do you think that would change anything? And do you think that could be the direction things go in if indeed we carry on this path of escalation?
Well, right now we're holding on to our NATO partners. Without the NATO partners, where much of our combat capacity is generated, and the president has challenged them publicly for not coming along after the first strike. I think right now he's come to realize that we need our NATO partners for forward deployment of assets, because everything we've got deployed forward in the Middle East is subject to being attacked by Iranian missiles. I think that's a wild card they didn't think through very well, the consequences of the attack in Iran. And it's clear that both sides now are seeking revenge on a daily basis. Oh, you did this, I'm going to do this to you. I'm going to get some revenge. There's old saying from the warrior Sun Tzu, if you fight a war for revenge, you dig two graves, one for you and one for your enemy, because there's no end to that war when it's based on revenge. It's got to be on mutual agreement to stop the kinetic war, open the Straits of Hormuz, and find a way to be able to deal with Iran, which is a very difficult situation. Their senior leadership was killed during the initial strike. They are angry, and they're going to continue to work toward revenge. And at the same time, we got the same situation going on between Israel and Hezbollah in Lebanon, and Israel still attacking a couple of days ago in the Gaza. So it's time to reach some kind of cessation in the Middle East. We fought two wars over there. They don't appear to put a difference. And then our friends in Iraq that we've spent a lot of blood and treasure with are caught in the middle. So we've got a mess on our hands, to say the least.
Right, and just lastly, because we're going to have to wrap it up after this answer. I mean, if in the current situation, the current US military assets that have been deployed to this region are not managing to achieve a decisive outcome in this conflict, does that mean more resources are going to have to be sent? Would you expect Washington to deploy another aircraft carrier, more air power? Would you expect them to deploy more material to this region?
If we're to believe what we saw and reached through the media and third sources, there's been a deployment of more aircraft to the region to be able to participate in the air campaign. And that was happening over the weekend. I saw several reports, so one might be a stray, but 2 or 3 reports that more aircraft were being deployed. And there are people that track these aircraft on tech systems showing an increase of fighter aircraft and bombers headed toward the Middle East. So I think they're preparing for increased air attacks against Iranian infrastructure. That's what the president said all along, and I think we can be prepared to start seeing that happen.
OK, well, I should just, for our viewers, end on an optimistic note, which is that Iran's interior minister is in Islamabad. He's meeting the Pakistani prime minister, and they say efforts diplomatically via mediators are ongoing. So perhaps we'll hang on to some optimism that they'll achieve some results. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time. Always a pleasure talking to you, Lieutenant General Russell L. Honoré, retired 3-star general. Thank you, sir.
I'll be safe.
Now turning our attention to the war in Ukraine. The United Nations has raised the alarm over a sharp rise in civilian casualties, saying that deaths and injuries have increased by 37% in the first half of this year compared to the previous period. Well, more developments from the battlefield. Russia has carried out attacks on Ukraine's Naftogaz gas energy facilities in the northeastern Kharkiv region for 3 days in a row now. That's according to local sources. Meanwhile, the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is facing growing pressure following on from his decision to dismiss a popular defense minister. His supporters are calling for the minister to be reinstated and for the current army chief to be removed. Well, we're joined now to discuss this matter more with Sir Gerald Howarth, former UK Defence Minister and MP, who joins us from Suffolk in the United Kingdom. Sir Gerald, we often talk about Ukraine, and that is exactly what we're focused on today. I want to start by talking about something a little bit different. This seems to be a new development. There have been some quite large-scale demonstrations, by the looks of things, in Ukraine against the ousting of the defense minister. And some are saying this is the most serious political crisis of President Zelensky's rule. I mean, that must be music to the ears of the Russians. I wondered whether, from where you sit and from what you can see, you think Ukrainian unity is at risk? And does President Zelensky look vulnerable to you?
Yes, I do think this is a very unfortunate development, and I cannot understand why President Zelensky has dismissed his defense minister, who, as far as I understand, has been really instrumental in ramping up the capability of Ukraine to develop drones. When I was there last year, I was told that there were no less than 75 companies just in the Lviv area alone in western Ukraine. There were over 75 companies making drones there. And Ukraine has advanced so much that they're now developing a factory here in the United Kingdom, not far from me in Suffolk, where they are going to build drones here, which, of course, will not be interrupted by missile attack. So I think it's very, very unfortunate that President Zelensky has done this. But I have to say, as a former chairman of the United Kingdom Parliamentary Committee on Ukraine and relatively frequent visitor to the country a few years ago, it has a major problem of corruption. And I did say to President Zelensky's predecessor, President Poroshenko, when I saw him a couple of years ago, I said, you know, Mr. President, you really have got to sort out corruption in Ukraine, because your European friends who've come to your help, and the United States as well, will not take kindly unless you sort it out. And of course, the former president, readily agreed with me. So I'm afraid there is a problem with corruption, and this may well be part of it. And I think that President Zelensky needs to understand that if it becomes more apparent to his allies that this corruption has not been stopped, his chances of finding a support waning across his allied friends will be quite considerable.
Yeah, and that was absolutely something that, let's say, Ukraine skeptics in the United States were waving under the noses of the Ukrainians in quite a major way last year. When they were threatening to hold back on a lot of support for Ukraine. So clearly that needs to be tackled. Just want to get your final word on this before we move on to some other topics. I mean, you're saying Zelensky was wrong to dismiss Mikhailo Fedorov, the former defense minister.
Yes, I think I could see no reason why he should be removed. And I do have friends who are even more knowledgeable about Ukraine than I am, who think that President Zelensky does, I'm afraid, suffer from the failings of his predecessors in terms of this corruption business. I obviously do not have first-hand knowledge of this, but all I will say is that Ukraine needs every conceivable friend that it can find, and it therefore needs to clean up its act, because we are supporting them all over this country. It is quite astonishing the number of people who are supporting convoys of vehicles going out to Ukraine to be given to Ukrainian armed forces, taking medical equipment, generators, all sorts of things. I mean, I took part in one of these last year with a friend of mine who was the British spy who extracted double agent Gordievsky out of Moscow when his cover had been blown. He was the head of the KGB office in London, that is Gordievsky was, but was a British double agent and was briefing our foreign secretary at the same time as he was briefing Gorbachev. So there's a huge number of people doing great stuff here. And I think it's very, very disappointing if this problem of corruption in Ukraine is not sorted out, because I do think they're making progress in the country. But President Zelensky and his team need to be extremely mindful of sensibilities in the West amongst their allies.
OK, let's talk about the conflict itself. We're 4.5 years in. Hard to believe it's carried on that long, but it has done. And both sides have escalated their bombardment in recent weeks, it appears. I mean, more civilians have been killed in Ukraine in the month of June than in any single month for more than 4 years now. Have we entered a new phase in the conflict?
Well, I think it's all part of the panic attack which is taking place in Moscow. The fact is that Putin is the most brutal, horrendous leader of the Russian people, and he is inflicting untold damage on civilian targets, blocks of flats, residential areas, schools, and so on, across Ukraine, whilst the Ukrainians have been responding by specific attacks on, principally upon the oil infrastructure of Russia. So I see it as obviously very dangerous, because it will sap morale in Ukraine. And my goodness me, what an example in resilience and courage the Ukrainian people have given us. But, it's been going on, as you rightly say, for 4.5 years. And, how much longer can they keep it up? But how much longer can Russia keep it up as well? I know they're a much bigger country, but they're losing between 30 and 35,000 people a month. I mean, it is extraordinary. They lost 1.4 million people in casualties since this war began, according to the Center for Strategic and International Studies. And they're making no progress at all. Meanwhile, I don't know if your viewers saw what happened at a recent conference held by Putin in St. Petersburg, where he tried to showcase Russia to those countries which suck up to him. And all they saw was clouds of black smoke coming from the oil refineries outside St. Petersburg. And they are now able to strike about 1,500 miles, 2,250 kilometers inside Russia, as far as Siberia. They've taken out 30 oil facilities. They've taken out 30 oil and gas tankers in the Black Sea in the last 10 days or so. I mean, they really are doing tremendously well. And there will come a time when Putin is really driven into a corner, and we need to be very vigilant here in the United Kingdom and elsewhere in Europe. The Poles and the Baltic states are very vigilant because, of course, they're right on Russia's borders. But I don't know if you saw, we had an incident yesterday where a Russian frigate undertook live gun firing exercises in the English Channel, about 40 miles off the English coast near Exeter, and no notice to the authorities that this was what they were doing. They were shadowed by a Royal Navy ship. They notified it, basically told it to clear out of the way. But this hasn't been seen since the Cold War. They've been wrecking our underground cables. You know, there could come a time when Putin is a scalded cat, and we don't know what he might do. So it is time for the West really to ramp up support for Ukraine. I know I say this every time, Tom, but there really is a window of opportunity here to ramp up support for Ukraine's military endeavors. I saw that at the Ankara NATO conference, President Putin, who seems to have gone somewhat cold on his friend Putin, President Trump seems to have gone cold on his friend President Putin, announced that he was minded to authorize the Ukrainians to build Patriot anti-drone missiles in Ukraine. Now, we don't know the details. We don't know how long it will take for the Ukrainians actually to get these up and running, but they could make a very, very considerable difference. And in the meantime, Ukraine is ramping up its drone capability and striking key assets. In Russia, they've had a loss of 60% of their refining capacity. There's fuel rationing. People are being limited to 20 liters of fuel in some cities. Russia's fuel exports have basically stopped. They're now importing fuel. They are in a pretty dire state. Now is the time really to open up both barrels and take them out and drive them out of Ukraine. And I'm disappointed to hear nothing from our new Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, who became our Prime Minister yesterday. He said absolutely nothing as yet about Ukraine, save to say that he supports his predecessor in supporting Ukraine.
He sounded fairly supportive, well, at least his new Defence Secretary, Wes Streeting, has sounded fairly supportive. We'll come back to the UK in just a moment, because there was another point I wanted to make to you and just get your observations on, because we had a guest earlier in the programme who suggested that Russia had been helping Iran in its war with the United States, which seems to have escalated somewhat. And I wondered whether you think perhaps that's played into President Trump being more accommodating to the Ukrainians than he was, say, a year ago. Do you think that's what perhaps has pivoted President Trump away from being more interested in improving ties with President Putin?
Well, the answer to your question, Tom, is I simply do not know, and I very much doubt whether the most eminent psychologist, the most eminent neurologist in the world is capable of entering the mind of President Donald J. Trump. I certainly am not. But it is a fact that Iran has been helping Russia in the provision of missiles for a long time, and therefore Russia, I suppose, owes Iran something. I'm a bit skeptical as to how much they can help Iran, though. They will give them, undoubtedly give them moral support, but they need every bullet, every drone they can possibly put together to try to hold the line in Ukraine. So I doubt that they will be of much use to Iran, but it may have had an impact on President Trump. I mean, I am utterly speechless at the way this appalling president of the United States has behaved towards Ukraine and the way he's behaved towards his NATO allies. But maybe he is beginning to recognize that the security of the United States is actually bound up with the security of Ukraine. And after all, his predecessor, President Bill Clinton, was one of the signatories to the Budapest Memorandum, under which the United States, the United Kingdom, and Russia agreed to respect the independent sovereignty and existing borders of Ukraine. Maybe he's now read the Budapest Memorandum.
While I was doing my research and seeing what the latest developments on Ukraine were, one thing jumped out of the page at me, and that was that North Korea has reaffirmed its support for Russia's war on Ukraine, it said. What do you say to that?
Well, thank you. North Korea, one of the one of the balmiest countries in the world. They sent 10,000 troops to support Russia. We suspect most of them have been annihilated by the Ukrainians. So I don't know what North Korea's support means, but they are probably the ultimate rogue state in the world, and there are quite a few of those, Iran being another one. Because I try to explain to people in the United Kingdom why it's so important. It was so important to support President Trump's initiative on Iran, because not only they're oppressing their own people, but what they're doing in the region. I mean, people here don't understand that they are funding Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah to the tune of something like $16 billion. These proxies are the proxies of Iran, and they're causing mayhem. They are the people destabilizing these wonderful countries in the Gulf, whose economies really have taken off in recent years, and who are growing at such a pace and developing at such a pace. And Iran is unquestionably the evil influence there.
I want to ask you about the passing of the late US Senator Lindsey Graham, who was regarded by the Ukrainians as being a good friend and an important Trump whisperer on the subject of Ukraine. How much of a loss do you think his death represents?
Well, I think it's a loss for anybody who has the ear of Donald Trump and who is, is what we might call sound, who is sensible. I mean, I'm a friend of former National Security Advisor John Bolton, and he's been arraigned for what I suspect are rather trumped-up charges in America for having been in possession of papers which he had when he was National Security Advisor, which helped him to write his book, which obviously was published by with authority. And he's entered into a plea bargain for $2.5 million to try to avoid being sent to jail. So, anybody who has been able to whisper some common sense and have it accepted by President Trump, and Lindsey Graham may well have been one of those, that is a great loss, because he does seem to be surrounded by yes men.
Okay, and just lastly, on the subject of the UK, you beat me to it. I was going to get there eventually. Obviously, a new Prime Minister is installed, Andy Burnham. The former Prime Minister, I think on the whole, when we spoke, you tended to find Sir Keir Starmer largely on the same page as you with regards to the Ukraine dossier, perhaps not many other dossiers, but this one in particular. There is a new Defence Minister in the UK, Wes Streeting. He says this, he says, Russia should be in no doubt about the resolve of this government and this Prime Minister, our resolve to stand against Russian aggression in Ukraine and Russian aggression against all our allies. Do you detect any changes on the horizon towards Ukraine?
I don't detect any changes in the rhetoric. The rhetoric is commendable. The rhetoric is obviously something with which I can totally agree. But actually, it's not words we want; it's action. And what is your viewers may not remember is that the Secretary of State for Defense, his predecessor, John Healey, who was Secretary of State for Defense, resigned. And he resigned because the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, was unable, and the government's treasury was unwilling to fund an increase in the defence budget. And so John Healey resigned. He has now been appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer. So what we are faced with is a very serious challenge. Will John Healey put his foot down and say to the Treasury, no, we are not going to withhold money from the Ministry of Defence. We are going to fund an increase in defence expenditure. And I will support Wes Streeting, who's the new Defence Secretary, but no experience in the defence field, whatever. Nice guy, a very nice guy I knew sort of when I was in the House of Commons. But it's action we want, not words. I mean, Sir Keir Starmer said all the right words, said exactly what Wes Streeting has said, which you've just quoted, and we all agree with it. But where's the beef? Where's the money? Where is the actual practical issuing of contracts to ramp up our defense expenditure? And as the former Labour Defence Secretary, former Secretary General of NATO, Lord Robertson, said recently, he said you cannot fund an increase in the defence budget unless you're prepared to tackle the proposed increase in the welfare budget. And the welfare budget is running at £330 billion. It's 5 times the defence budget. Just to give it some perspective, in 1982, we were spending 5% of GDP on defence, 3.5% on welfare. Today, we are spending 2.5% on defence and 11.8%, nearly 12% on welfare. It is simply unsustainable. And I do not see that Sir Keir Starmer, that Andy Burnham, the new Prime Minister, will have any more success with Labour backbenchers in supporting, getting their support to cut the welfare budget than Sir Keir Starmer had. And it would be very interesting to see what success, if any, Wes Streeting and John Healey as Chancellor of the Exchequer will have.
And just lastly, and I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time, the former head of the British Army had fairly, let's say, scathing words to say about Wes Streeting just before it was announced that he would be the new UK Defence Minister. He said, the former Health Secretary Streeting, and I quote, knows pretty much the square root of nothing about defence. Those are the words of Lord Dannatt, former head of the British Army. Do you think he's got a point?
No, entirely. I mean, Lord Dannatt is a friend of mine, and I entirely agree. The guy has absolutely no understanding whatever. He replaces a former major in the Parachute Regiment, Dan Jarvis, who was very briefly Secretary of State for Defence. Streeting knows absolutely. What it does tell you that this Prime Minister does not regard defence as a high priority by giving the post to somebody who has no knowledge whatever. And we do not know, as we discussed this today, Tom, we do not know whether the junior ministers, including Colonel Al Khan's late, His Majesty's Royal Marines, we do not know if they have remained in post, because a lot of those Star rights have been just simply excised, have been removed altogether and replaced by friends of Andy Burnham, who stood on a platform of party unity, which I think is quite amusing, given that what he's done in clearing out those who supported the former Prime Minister. So, I agree entirely with Lord Dannatt. The guy knows absolutely nothing about it. But, of course, other people have held the post before him and knew nothing about it. But they learnt and were on side. We have no idea whether Wes Streeting will have the ability to put into practice what his words suggest. But, this is a government, as people are saying, no plan. Andy Burnham stood before Number 10 door yesterday as he assumed office, saying that he was going to produce a 10-year plan in a few months' time. Well, hold on. He's been Prime Minister in waiting now for at least a month. You'd have thought that he'd had time to work up a plan before then, especially since he stood down as mayor of Manchester in order to fight a by-election. You'd have thought that he had a few ideas of what he's going to do, but we've got nothing. The first thing he said he was going to do was to cut VAT on value-added tax on electricity bills, only to be told by his predecessor's right-hand man that actually there was no funding for this, and the source of the funding, which was to be the scrapping of digital ID, there was no funding for that. So the Prime Minister's first announcement is about an unfunded tax cut, having pretended that there was a pot of money available to fund it. So, I think it's basically we're in continuation of a pretty dire situation in the United Kingdom, I'm sorry to say.
OK, well, let's hope this new administration are fast readers and fast learners. We're going to have to leave it there. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us today. Sir Gerald Howarth, former UK Defence Minister and MP. Thank you, sir. Now, in some other news, the New York mayor, Zoran Mamdani, has called the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu a war criminal, and he said that he belongs in The Hague. Well, Mamdani says he is also exploring whether or not he has the authority to detain him if ever he were to visit New York. Let's take a listen to what he said.
I believe that Prime Minister Netanyahu belongs in The Hague. He's a war criminal who has been charged by the International Criminal Court. And what you will find is that is an opinion that is held by many purely because of what his actions have wrought over these last many years. I've also said that I will follow the laws that we have here in New York City because I believe that there's an importance in following the law as a leader.
The mayor of New York City there. Well, President Trump has responded to Mamdani's calls to arrest the Israeli prime minister. In a post on Truth Social, President Trump wrote that Netanyahu will, and I quote, not be arrested in any way, shape or form while visiting the United States. Well, for more on this, we're joined by Mike Dubke, who is a former White House communications director under President Trump. We're also joined by Khaled El-Gindi, who is a senior fellow at the Quincy Institute and the author of Blind Spot, America and the Palestinians from Balfour to Trump. Both of you are joining us from Washington. Thank you very much for taking the time to speak to us. Michael, let me put this first question to you. Clearly, President Trump does not think Netanyahu will be arrested anywhere in the United States. The mayor of New York says he could be. Who should Americans believe?
Well, I think in this instance, the last part of your outtake of Mamdani was the most important, which is he'll follow the laws of New York City and the laws of the United States. He has no jurisdiction. The New York Police Department has no jurisdiction. The U.S. is not a signatory to the ICC, the International Criminal Court, so he can talk as much as he wants to about The Hague, but there's no authority from any U.S. police department through the FBI in terms of the ability to arrest a foreign leader. We also, this is a this would be federal jurisdiction, not state or city, so he's got no leg to stand on there. And then finally, we've got a long history of having the United Nations in New York City and having many world leaders who have been in trouble, either with the World Court or even a neighboring state, and they have not been arrested. So this is a lot of political theater right now, and I think Mamdani is enjoying it and enjoying the spotlight.
Okay, Khaled, let me ask for your views. I mean, clearly, if he doesn't have the authority to order Netanyahu's arrest were he to visit New York, Mamdani is engaging in a fairly hypothetical discussion. Why is he doing that? Is he engaging in political theater, as Mike suggested?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the point of view that we just heard. The United States is not a signatory to the Rome Statute that created the International Criminal Court, and so it's doubtful that Mayor Mamdani would have that legal authority. But I don't think it's theater in the sense of it being completely for show or without purpose. I think there is an important underlying question about accountability for the atrocities that we've seen over the last 2.5 years in Gaza, that we've all witnessed, that have been well documented in Gaza now by an enormous array of international rights groups and UN monitors, Commission of Inquiry, all of whom, and there is a growing chorus now of voices who are calling what Israel is doing now in Gaza a genocide. And so there is this fundamental question of accountability. Will there be accountability? Does the rules-based international order actually mean anything? Or is that theater? And so I think that's the question that Mayor Mamdani is raising from his platform as mayor of America's largest city. So even though he doesn't have that authority legally or from the standpoint of executing U.S. foreign policy, he underscores the need for some form of accountability by the international community.
Okay, Michael, and we've established the ICC has obviously issued this arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu. That's not new. We've established the US isn't a member of that court. But picking up on what Khaled was saying there, shouldn't international law still matter? And is President Trump saying it doesn't?
Well, I don't think President Trump's saying it doesn't matter. I'm saying I think what he's saying here and what he's reacting to, which is very strangely to put this out there, a domestic political theater. Here's where I'll disagree. I don't think Mayor Mamdani is making the statements he is to the New York Times because he wants to make an international statement about atrocities in Israel or Palestine. I think what he's doing right now is playing his part in what is an ongoing civil war within the Democratic Party between Democratic socialists that he represents and more establishment Democrats. So a lot of this, and the reason I say it's political theater and what President Trump is reacting to, is exactly that. There has been a surge in Democrat socialism within the Democratic Party in New York City, in Colorado. There's a primary that will happen on August 4th in Michigan that will could determine the fate of the United States Senate. And a lot of this has to do with this anti-Israel strain that is now going through the Democratic Party. So from my perspective here in the United States, I think a lot of what Mamdani is trying to do is utilize Bibi Netanyahu's visit in September for his own domestic purposes. Maybe he's thinking internationally here, but I think this is a fairly cynical play on his part to affect domestic policy in the United States.
Okay, Khaled, cynical actions by Mamdani. How do you respond to that? And I also want to pick up on something else. I mean, Mamdani has described Netanyahu as being, quote, the architect of a genocide. And just really as an extension of what Mike was saying, is language like that becoming increasingly mainstream in the ranks of the Democratic Party?
I think it is. And I think the question, first of all, Mayor Mamdani is not the first New York mayor to articulate strong positions on foreign policy matters. This is a longstanding tradition in New York. Going back many, many decades. New York is an international city. New York is the largest city in the United States. And it's not the first time that a New York mayor has weighed in on the question of Israel in particular. So that's not new. There is, of course, always, with any politician, I think there is always a domestic political angle. And I do think Mayor Mamdani is speaking to a constituency in the United States, but it's not Democratic socialists. The divide within the Democratic Party is not between the establishment of the party and the Democratic socialists. It is between the grassroots, the voting base of the entire party, the vast majority of whom believe that Prime Minister Netanyahu has committed war crimes and is guilty of atrocities and should be held accountable. So we're talking now about millions and millions of ordinary voters. The gap is between the voters and the party leadership. There is a new crop of politicians within the Democratic Party who are challenging the leadership's positions on these central questions. But I think it's important to note that this is a view that is frankly held by a majority of Americans. Most Americans would like to hold Israel accountable, regardless of whether they're Democrats or Republicans or independents. They've seen the atrocities on their screens for almost 3 years. Israel is not well regarded across the board, including among Republicans, because of those atrocities. So to paint this, I think, as an issue of a small fringe of Democratic socialists versus the party leadership, I think is disingenuous.
Mike, let's shift the focus a little bit to the GOP here, because it's quite interesting what Prime Minister Netanyahu said about Mamdani. He accused him of secretly hating America and championing Hamas. And I'm wondering whether that kind of criticism resonates within the Republican Party and with people who vote Republican.
I think it very much does. And first of all, I have to take issue. The vast majority of Americans may not like the actions taken over the last couple of years by the Israeli government, but they certainly understand why the invasion of Gaza happened. And so I just want to lay out there that I think that is an overstatement to say that the majority of Americans are anti-Israel in total. So first of all, let me say that. Secondly, I think when you do bring in Hamas, Hezbollah, and what the Houthis are now doing in terms of trying to shut down the passage from the Red Sea to the Gulf of Aden, there's a lot of room within the Republican Party to look at those non-state actors, understand the funding that they had received from Iran, and make that part of what the president is talking about in terms of U.S. engagement with Iran. So there is an audience for that, and I think there continues to be. There will continue to be an audience for that as well. In terms of the Democratic Party, look, I'm a Republican. So when I see the opposition fighting amongst themselves, I just want to sit back and watch. But I do think that there is a fundamental shift within the Democratic Party in the way that either the leaders or the younger members or whomever view Israel, view Palestine, and we're seeing that play out.
Khaled, I've got to let you respond to that because what Mike's saying there is that he flatly disagrees with your assessment that the majority of Americans are somehow critical of Israel and by default sympathetic to the Palestinians. How can you counter that?
Yeah, I mean, I think all you have to do is look at the polling trends over the past few years, and you see that in virtually every single American demographic, it's more pronounced certainly on the left and left-leaning constituencies. People of color, women, young people in particular are overwhelmingly, by a vast majority, sympathize with Palestinians over Israelis. But we are seeing a similar dynamic, not identical, but a similar dynamic happening on the right as well, where there is a growing, I think if you look at people who identify as conservative or as Republican who are under the age of 30, there's a very clear trend there. If it's not a majority who are critical of Israel, it's certainly a plurality. So the trend lines that we're seeing are actually that are more critical of Israel because of these atrocities are across the board, with a handful of exceptions. On this question of President Trump labeling it, support for Hamas, I mean, this is what actually constitutes political theater. It's silly. It's frankly, I think, a pretty transparent attempt at galvanizing Islamophobia and sort of tapping into these fears among a strand of the MAGA movement of conservatives who are fearful of Muslims, who dislike Muslims, who would like to disenfranchise American Muslims. This is a very important constituency in the Republican umbrella. We hear very Islamophobic statements by Republican leaders in Congress, in various states like Texas. The governor there has made some very offensive statements that if they were stated about any other group, there would be unanimous condemnation. So I think the president is appealing to a kind of bigotry that exists within the Republican base that doesn't like Muslims, that doesn't want to see Muslims in public life. And by associating a Muslim mayor of New York with Hamas, I think that is what he's trying to achieve. I mean, it's sort of a cheap political point scoring exercise rooted in bigotry and not one that anyone can take seriously.
Okay, we've got a couple of minutes left. Mike, let me turn to you. Let's get back to the idea of what we began with, which is, could Netanyahu be arrested? I mean, supposing Mayor Mamdani did issue NYPD with instructions to arrest him on arrival in September, how would the White House react in such a scenario?
Oh, I think they'd react swiftly. I didn't even mention the fact that he's got diplomatic immunity. Again, I was referencing the UN and leaders that have been there in the past. But I think the White House would react swiftly on this. And both, strangely, both sides would probably be happy with that type of political theater. I'm going to continue using that word to this. The White House would like to be seen as strong and standing up. And I think Mondami's supporters would love to see him try to arrest Netanyahu when he lands here. I don't think any of that is going to happen because beyond what we've been talking about, there are serious consequences to those types of actions. It would put a chill on other foreign leaders coming to the United States and visiting the UN. I mean, this would go deep and long. But to answer your question, I think both the White House and probably Gracie Mansion in New York City would relish that sight.
Khaled, I'm going to give you the last word because you've only got a couple of minutes left. Obviously, Netanyahu is expected to be in New York in September. Are you expecting a genuine political, diplomatic showdown, or do you think that's highly unlikely?
Yeah, I tend to agree that it's probably unlikely that we're going to see any real action toward the arrest of Prime Minister Netanyahu when he's in New York or in the United States, for all the reasons that have already been outlined. The United States doesn't have, the court doesn't have jurisdiction in the United States because we are not a signatory to that treaty. So it's unlikely to happen, but I do think it's an important point. And let's not forget that this is coming at a moment when the Trump administration has announced a global effort to dismantle the International Criminal Court, which is sort of interesting, again, precisely because of this reason. U.S. is not a signatory to this court. U.S. is not a part of this court. So why is it seeking to dismantle it? Again, I think it raises questions about challenging a major international institution, not for reasons of U.S. interests, but for the benefit of a foreign government and for foreign leaders. And I think that is something Americans have to question as well.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. You've had the last word, Khaled Al-Gindi. Thank you very much indeed to you for taking the time to speak to us. And thank you as well to our other participant, Mike Dubke. Thank you very much to you as well.
Thank you.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. there's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the Old Town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chachis is a place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma es Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Sigrid Kaag, co-chair of the United Nations Foundation, former Deputy Prime Minister of the Netherlands and currently advisor to the Gaza Executive Board. Welcome to Al Arabiya.
Thank you, Talal. Delighted to be here.
After leaving the United Nations, you remain active in international geoeconomics and political affairs through different prestigious engagement. But can you explain to the tens of millions of our viewers in the region and around the world your role in the Gaza Executive Board that advises the Board of Peace presided over by President Donald Trump?
Yes. It's an independent role. It's also unpaid, as it should be, as it serves a purpose to provide, hopefully, the building blocks of peace and security between Israelis and Palestinians. Now, the remit of Security Council Resolution 2803, which established a number of the institutions, including the Gaza Advisory Executive Board, obviously has its limitations. A practical one is, in the entire era and recent developments of recent months, the board has yet to meet, the Gaza Executive Board. So, in earnest, I can't tell you very much. Individual members, including myself, have spoken to one another. We're trying to support and shore up the political, policy and financial support to the National Committee of the Palestinians, which to my mind is the centerpiece from a viewpoint of legitimacy, political credibility, as well as the connect that is essential between Gaza and the West Bank. Ultimately, this is not only about the alleviation of immense human suffering by Palestinians in the Gaza Strip, but also about the future of a Palestinian state alongside a safe and secure Israel. So it remains a lot of work. If you look at the facts on the ground, I think nobody could suggest significant progress has been made. Fortunately, the living hostages and the bodies of the deceased have been returned in the first phase. The negotiations on the disarmament by Hamas, as well as the withdrawal by the IDF. I cannot speak to this in public. I'm not privy to that level of information. But ultimately, civilians in Gaza are kept prisoner time and again in an ever-shrinking physical space. Living conditions are hell on earth, with no prospects of significant change in sight. And this, to my mind, if there's one message to your audience, it's a reminder how and why international humanitarian assistance aid cannot be conditioned or tied to political progress. Individuals, Palestinians in Gaza, have rights: the right to food, the right to proper shelter, to medical care, the right to education.
There are those who argue that since the adoption of Resolution 2803 on the 17th of November 2025, that endorsed, of course, the US-backed comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict and authorize the establishment of the Board of Peace as a transitional administration and to deploy a temporary international stabilization force ISF to secure Gaza, to oversee demilitarization and to protect the civilians. They argue that since that date, which is over 7 months ago, no ISF and stabilization force has been formed, no real end to the Gaza conflict, with approximately 1,000 Palestinian civilians killed since adoption of 2803 on the reconstruction. No large-scale structural construction has formally begun in Gaza, and efforts remain heavily focused on planning debris removal and navigating daily immense security and humanitarian challenges. Do you agree with them?
I think it's an accurate description, particularly based on first-hand reports by the United Nations, as well as other credible entities, international and national non-governmental organizations. You can see that the death, the types of injuries, the absence of significant volume that is relevant to people trying to survive, or actually some call themselves already the living dead. This is not something that we could call success. I think the premise of a first step of success was President Trump having imposed a ceasefire with a number of indicators of a plan forward, the 20-point plan, but each detail, and we know that through any complicated diplomatic process, requires negotiations, requires technical details, requires further benchmarks. So far, we got stuck in phase one, between phase one and phase two, I would say, as an international community. I am not involved in the details, as you know. And I would say the serious concern, and rightfully so, is that Palestinians in Gaza risk being forgotten. Since the United States attack on Iran, Iranian response, and what is now called the Iran war, political attention, economic attention and focus has immediately shifted, rendering Security Council Resolution 2803 and the full implementation of that resolution, rendering it a significantly lesser priority.
Sigrid Kaag, what would you say should happen now to improve the lives of the Gazan people?
Well, it's a response that you can hear from any NGO representative, or I believe a UN official, or most other countries. Massive influx of aid, unconditional, not dependent on whether the negotiations proceed well or less well when it comes to the disarmament by Hamas and the withdrawal by the IDF. the encroachment by the IDF into further shrinking the space Palestinians are permitted to live in, that needs to be altered straight away. And of course, the death toll, it keeps rising. That's one. Second part is early recovery materials need to be allowed in. The amendment of the existing dual-use list risks impacting second and third tertiary negative consequences for all civilians from a health perspective, education, pure survival when it comes to the absence of forms of decent shelter. I could go on and on. The Economist a few weeks ago had a very sad but very telling title. In Gaza, only rats are allowed to roam free. Just picture that for a second, and then you can imagine what it is like to be a Palestinian civilian trying to survive one day more in Gaza without any prospects of serious change, let alone improvement in sight. Last but not least, medical evacuation. Some countries in the region have performed miracles to allow patients in, to have them treated free of charge, to bring their relatives. The list of seriously injured Palestinians in Gaza, I believe, is now around 140,000, but correct me if it is less. It's a serious number. Each one has a name, a life, had hopes, and they need to be treated. We cannot look away.
I'd like to move to Iran, which is a place you visited in February of 2018 as a Dutch foreign minister and met with President Rouhani in Tehran at the time. And you, at the time also you expressed the EU continued commitment to the JCPOA. What is your take on the latest development in the Gulf and on the Switzerland diplomacy, and where and when did we, or diplomacy, failed us in case of this conflict?
Well, I think 2018, and since the withdrawal by the Trump administration, the first Trump administration of the JCPOA, we've seen, of course, a rapidly changed environment. But I think we also have to look at where we are now, or since the terror of 7th of October, the onslaught on Gaza, and the continued suffering, as well as all the reactions, counter-reactions, the military hegemony established by Israel versus an Iran and a regime that is fighting for its survival. All these are aspects to take into account. Where we are now, I believe that we have seen once again that a war without proper strategy and strategic objectives, let alone a political strategy, definitely runs into a serious set of issues. That's one. We've also seen that asymmetry is weaponized, be it geographically or otherwise, by use of proxies. The third part is that there is a return, and by necessity, to diplomacy, from coercive diplomacy to actually proper diplomacy, which means you need to sit down with your adversary. You need to figure out where compromise lies, how it can be legitimate, not only against international law or treaties, but also how it can be legitimate in the eyes of the different populations. So you have a chance to build a path forward.
On Lebanon, you served from 2015-2017 as the UN Special Coordinator for Lebanon, during which, of course, a period of constitutional paralysis. Lebanon's situation, of course, today is different, with the election of new president, the formation of new government headed by our previously judge and ambassador here to the UN, Nawaf Salam, entirely different from the one you experienced. But how do you read the current developments in Lebanon and the way forward?
First of all, I think the government of President Aoun and Prime Minister Nawaf Salam have made a few bold moves. In the interest of the country, in the interest of the state, and reinforcing statehood, including the very difficult one, already covered under Security Council Resolution 1701, the need to have the monopoly of state established over all arms and armaments. That, of course, is domestically a tough one, given the fact that regional allies, Iran and Hezbollah, and domestic equations do not necessarily match up. certainly in the last 2 years. And this is a difficult one. So I don't think the question is how to read. The question is more what and how the international community could support and where they need to focus. And you need to be mindful of the complexities and the sensitivities and the history of Lebanon.
I'd like to move to Syria. You know it very well. You led the OPCW United Nations Joint Mission in Syria in 2013 and 2014 with a team of 100 experts that successfully oversaw the removal of Syria's declared chemical weapons under active wartime conditions. That mission, of course, I remember interviewing you on the last day from Cyprus, on the last day of the removal of the last remnants of the chemical weapon, declared chemical weapons from Syria. And of course, we know what happened afterwards. That mission met its stated objectives, but however, Syria subsequently used chemical weapons again against its people. What does that history teaches us about the durability of internationally verified agreements when the political will to enforce them is non-existent?
The mission at the time had stated agreed objectives set between the Russian Federation and the United States of America, confirmed by the Security Council, carried by a treaty, the Chemical Weapons Treaty, and led and implemented by the joint team which I led. So we did what was agreed. If the parties have agreed to leave remnants or to not touch certain areas, that's a second phase. The second part, and it puzzles me a little bit now in the negotiations or the start of talks around Iran and, of course, the importance of its nuclear enriched material, I believe there are good examples, including the Syria mission, whereby the international community, in this case the IAEA, maybe the UN, and a few other actors could team up, provide for the leadership, provide for a verified, monitored implementation plan that ensures whatever is agreed gets acted upon and reported back to the Security Council. That triangle is an extremely important one. Ultimately, yes, political will is always important. Political will to monitor, to call out when violations occur, to have sanctions if need be, and where needed. And. That's a long list, but you can negotiate that.
Sigrid Kaag, we thank you for your time. We thank you for your insights, for this exclusive interview, for sharing with us your thoughts. And we also thank you for your history of service to the Palestinian people and the people of the region. Thank you so much. Thank you.
My duty. Thank you, Tala.
We faced many dangers while covering the events in Kursk. We followed the developments of the battles on the fronts, and we were with the civilians, documenting their suffering in their homes, which they refused to leave, and in the shelters they had fled to. We were right in the midst of the battles. Ever since the Ukrainian incursion in August 2024, Al-Arabiya was exposed, just as it was while covering the Ukrainian incursion, to the dangers of Ukrainian weapons, while covering the path of Kursk's liberation. Kursk is the Russian region that Ukrainian forces entered in an attempt to shift the balance of power in a war that has been going on for more than 3 years, where the Ukrainian army occupied it, and advanced deep into Russian territory. As we were the first to cover the events that shook Kursk, we followed everything from the very beginning. To get the most accurate details, we went to the commander of the Special Chechen Akhmat Forces, General Abdi Alaudinov. Given the importance of this figure on the battlefield in the Russian army, the road to him was surrounded by complete secrecy, both regarding the location and timing of the meeting.
A NATO military staff committee prepared an operation to occupy the nuclear power plant and the city of Kurchatov, where this station is located, by encircling Kursk and Belgorod. This meant that this entire area to fall under the control of armed Ukrainian groups, according to NATO's plan.
The Ukrainian forces' incursion into Russian territory led to massive waves of displacement, large numbers. Temporary shelters received tens of thousands of citizens who had left their homes. The greatest difficulties were in evacuating people with special needs, the chronically ill, and the elderly who need constant medical care.
I can't hear anything. I can't hear. She is 95 years old.
Waves of displaced people continue to arrive at shelters, fleeing the danger of the ongoing battles, while medical teams check the newcomers.
I was in a coma. My blood sugar rose above 600. Yes, I went into a coma because my medicine ran out.
The affected people did not hide their anger toward the authorities in Kyiv and spoke about Ukrainian drones that tormented them day and night and turned their lives into hell because of their sheer numbers in the area where they lived.
The situation is bad. The drones are hovering above us. Here we are. They are bombing us heavily. The drones are flying. I didn't know where to go. I lost my mind. As soon as I hear gunfire, I can't sleep. Where can I escape to? Where should I go?
Ukrainian drones were targeting everything that moved on Kursk's territory for fear of the Russian response.
A large number of villages and towns have been liberated and cleared. Work on this axis is still ongoing in all circumstances.
Aid continued to flow successively from various Russian regions to those affected in Kursk.
No housing, no shelter, no help at all. We survived thanks to my husband who works. We rented a place and managed to stay however we could.
The Ukrainian incursion left behind many displaced people who suffered from losing their shelter and sources of income. On the other hand, the Ukrainian advance prompted a rapid response from Russian forces to stop it and regain control of the situation.
When we reached Kursk province on the Sudzha axis, there was no unit to confront the enemy. No unit had faced the enemy. Because it had succeeded in breaching the defense lines along the border and managed to occupy a wide area in Kursk province. It even came within 15-20 kilometers of the city of Kursk.
Курской области, он от Курска находился там в каких-то там
15 даже 20 километров.
Kiev was counting on forcing the Russian command to move its forces from Donbas toward Kursk, which would allow the Ukrainian army to regain the territories it had lost on the fronts. But the Russian winds blew against what the Ukrainian ships desired. Ukraine. Russia continued its advance, and mobilization was carried out from all parts of the Russian Federation to confront the situation in Kursk. This enabled the fighting forces on the Donetsk front to seize larger areas, because the Ukrainian Army Command had thrown its elite forces into Kursk in an attempt to move the battlefield into the Russian interior.
We launched large winged drones in addition to small drones to specifically cover the front sectors. Our 2 drone units, they specifically highlighted the size and movement of enemy convoys. At that point, we organized our lines on the Martinovka axis, and thus we, as Akhmat forces, stood directly in the face of the cannon. We were the ones who stopped the enemy's first convoys.
Russian reinforcements arrived successively in Kursk territory, and the confrontation began between the Russian army and Ukrainian forces in order to stop the latest expansion inside the province. Russian fighter jets filled the skies of the region around the clock, dropping glide bombs that inflicted heavy losses on the Ukrainian army in lives and equipment.
The enemy threw everything. He had to limit our strength. He was throwing large numbers of his elements daily in an attempt to breach our lines. But as we see, over 7 months, the enemy was unable to create any breach in our forces, the forces of Akhmat.
And indeed, the general revealed to us some of the secret correspondence between NATO officers that Russian intelligence agencies managed to intercept, which highlight the role of the Chechen Akhmat forces in standing against attempts of Ukrainian advance in Kursk and foiling the approved plans.
Thanks to the Akhmat forces, a great deal was done in general. I don't want to go into details.
The Russian army began to limit the advance of Ukrainian forces and succeeded in encircling the areas controlled by the Ukrainian army at the last point in the depth and on both flanks of the contact line.
At the beginning, the number of populated areas they occupied exceeded 80 settlements. They couldn't hold this area, so they advanced to new territory.
In October 2024, operations to repel the forces began, and the Russian army started liberating towns and villages one after another. While maintaining the positions it had taken after, it managed to form a defensive line that besieges the Ukrainian forces from 3 sides, leaving them only the western withdrawal route to Sumy province, from which they had entered. We head to the town of Kazakia, Lochnia, with the Chechen Akhmat forces that participated in its liberation. This town witnessed fierce battles between the Russian and Ukrainian armies after the Russian army intensified its efforts to liberate several towns and cities in Kursk province. After expelling the Ukrainian forces from the town of Kazakia Lochnia, which we entered days after the Russians took control, the military warned us of the danger of the mines the Ukrainians left behind, probably to hinder the advance of Russian forces and facilitate their withdrawal.
Why is attention drawn to the need for caution before taking any step here? This is because the Ukrainian army violates all internationally recognized laws and conventions by using prohibited weapons against infantry units known as butterflies, Mines of this size are difficult to notice among the grass. They are very small, but capable of amputating a foot. There are many weapons that the North Atlantic Alliance used to support Ukrainian forces, and these weapons were found on the ground of this province where Ukrainian fighters left them behind and withdrew to other areas.
We positioned in Soldatskoye, then headed to Cherkasskoye Porekhnoi, where fierce clashes are taking place. We succeeded in repelling this attack over 2 full months. Then we advanced toward Martinovka, where we fortified along the main road.
In the towns recaptured by the Russian army, the Ukrainians left behind large numbers of their dead following the bloody confrontations, at a time when some civilians refused to leave their homes and flee with the Ukrainian forces toward Kyiv. Many destroyed houses and military equipment left behind by the Ukrainian army. Of course, it must be noted that this town was inhabited by thousands of citizens who were displaced during the Ukrainian incursion or the Ukrainian advance at the beginning of the crisis in August of last year. And when the Russian army returned to retake this town, about 180 citizens were living in it and were evacuated. And only about 6 people remained in this town no more. It is clear how brutal this war is, but I prefer to hear from you what happened to you.
I became like this. My house burned down, so I took refuge with my brother.
Why didn't you leave despite the explosions we hear?
I didn't leave because I decided to stay on my land, in my village.
Among your relatives, did you lose anyone?
My brother disappeared when he went to work on the 6th of August and never returned after that. But thank God, our soldiers told me they found him alive and in good health.
After the withdrawal of Ukrainian forces from most towns in Kursk and their entrenchment in the border city of Sudzha and its suburbs, the Russian advance froze and the battles of attack and counterattack continued until the beginning of March 2025.
Indeed, the enemy entrenched across all areas of Kursk province. What can I say? They brought their elite forces and reinforcements from NATO. The United States brought all of this.
Every time the enemy tried to seize more territory, he failed. And in the end, we tightened the noose around him in a specific area. We were forced to stay there for a longer period in a back and forth within the framework of a line between 2 and 3 kilometers. We would advance, then retreat, which resulted in them suffering heavy losses. In just 1 month, their losses reached up to 10,000 personnel.
Qualitative and surprising turning point after a unique operation that caught the Ukrainian fighters. Through the infiltration of Russian forces via the giant gas pipelines that had been disabled by the battles, allowing them to reach the rear lines of the Ukrainian forces and completely encircling them.
The fighters started to draft a plan and worked on using the pipe in the operation. Regarding the distance which separates the start point and end point is 15.7 kilometers. The operation forced our soldiers to wrap themselves with certain ribbons, similar to what the Ukrainian soldiers do. Then the soldiers came out from the back lines, which caused enemy soldiers to panic. They even rushed running anywhere they can, wearing their underwear or shorts or even flip-flops. The surprise aspect had an important effect.
The unique gas pipeline operation lasted 6 days. Those who carried it out were able to cross in 2 days. but waited 4 more days until the other units arrived before launching the attack, in order to tighten control and the siege from the front and rear of the city.
The plan set by Ala Aldinov, which is called the Pipes, when Ahmad's soldiers slipped through the back lines, caused enemy soldiers to run away from the battlefield.
We're on the lookout and confronted the enemy's attempts to advance on our lands. Our efforts were not limited to repelling the enemy only, but went beyond that by repelling his forces so that he would retreat to the positions from which he had infiltrated.
The Russian army expanded the encirclement of the city of Sudzha through the infiltration operation via the pipelines at the same time that the ground forces were carrying out their assault on the city. The Ukrainian forces lost their most important positions and some surrounding towns and withdrew to the border villages with Sumy province, leaving behind vehicles and equipment and thousands of casualties between killed and captured.
At first they came from the war committees and from police departments with draft notices for military service. If someone failed to report, he would face a financial fine. Then they threatened with imprisonment. I'm not sure I could have continued. They selected some capable people, about 20 individuals. As for me, I am just an ordinary soldier. In fact, most of those who accompanied me in this training course had not originally undergone military service. No. I was injured while I was in Britain. That's why I spent most of the training time sitting and did not participate in it.
The battles of Kursk resulted in thousands of dead, wounded, and prisoners on both sides, yet the defeated side always suffers the greater losses in equipment and lives. Russia alone transferred from Kursk 6,000 Ukrainian bodies without compensation, as a positive step from the Russian side.
Each side will claim that its losses are few and that the enemy suffered greater losses as a participant in the event from the inside. But as an eyewitness, I can confirm to you, regardless of how it may appear, that the losses of Akhmat forces were indeed limited.
We entered the city of Sudzha with the Imam of the Chechen Akhmat forces, who is working on evacuating the citizens who refused to flee to Kyiv before the Russian army recaptured the city. Let us document the situation up close from the hottest points of confrontation.
Young men gather people from the villages, and sometimes do so under drone and artillery shelling. This puts their lives at risk. We are extremely grateful to them. We are very thankful to them.
Inside the city, those who could escape the shells and drones fled from Sudzha to safe areas in Russia at the beginning of the crisis, while those who could not leave remained under Ukrainian forces' control.
They were roaming among us here since early October and boasting that they would hold a referendum for the residents of the Sudzha area and the entire Kursk province on their desire to join Ukraine.
Electronic jamming has become one of the most important defense methods against drones, and positioning systems securing protection for stationed units and vehicles carrying jamming devices. Of course, a drone in the upper area. The devices detect the drones that make us run from these drones that may put us at risk in this coverage. Snipers load their ammunition in preparation to fire at the drones that are hovering over Sudzha. A shell falling now near us, and the Russian soldiers trying to hunt the drones. This is shrapnel scattered from the shell, constantly in this border area. On the Kursk front, we are talking about the city of Sudzha, the last city of Sudzha, on the border with Ukraine's Sumy province. From the first line of confrontation, from point 0. The Ukrainian forces' insistence on holding the areas they occupied led to more suffering for the residents amid mutual shelling. The Ukrainians withdrew to the villages adjacent to Sumy, destroying the bridges behind them so that the Russian army could not catch up with them. This is the bridge that separates the eastern part of Sudzha from the western part, where Ukrainian military convoys used to move. And clashes began in the heart of Sudzha with the encirclement of the fighters, which tipped the balance in favor of the Russian army, which took full control of Sudzha. The destruction of the bridges pushed those working on civilian evacuation to intensify their efforts and take risks by crossing the river to transport those stranded on the other bank, on foot under shelling and drone attacks. The random Ukrainian shelling affected everyone here in Sudzha and its suburbs, leaving victims destruction and displaced people, including the disabled Svetlana, whose last moments in Sudzha were captured by Al Arabiya's camera before her evacuation from the heart of danger.
I am disabled. I don't know what to say. My daughter takes care of me. We had everything. Our tables were full. We had tea. I never went hungry. The windows were shattered in the room adjacent to the hallway. Our apartment has 3 rooms. A shell penetrated the roof of the house. My daughter was hit by 6 fragments.
Volunteers of the Popular Front transported the elderly disabled Svetlana to the nearest evacuation point, to transport her to safe areas, far from the shelling. Shells falling near the evacuation point forced everyone to take cover from the horror of the shelling, leaving Svetlana to face her fate on the ground. At the same time, an injured man came running asking for help. Doctor, here's the doctor accompanying us.
I saw them. They were stealing and looting, then burning everything. They were all bandits who came from Sumy, relatives with their cars, and stole everything, even underwear, with crosses on their faces. They were the savages. Do you understand? What wonderful people there, like butter on bread. They were ready to flatter in the most vile and despicable ways just for a piece of bread under the second occupation. And all of them are wonderful when they beat people to death or prevent the burial of the dead. For some they are kind. For me, these people cannot be kind.
The disabled Svetlana was transferred to the city of Kursk for medical care, and she was lucky. Unlike many who died in Sudzha or lost their loved ones due to the shelling, that did not stop even after the Ukrainian forces withdrew from the city and its suburbs. Shells and rockets falling from nearby Ukrainian forces near the city of Sudzha until this moment, and civilians are terrified, and fear and panic hang over the entire area. Move away, move away. Get inside, drone. How do you distinguish your enemy's drones? Russian drones fly with red tape stickers, while enemy drones have no stickers. Also, our drones fly at low altitude, while enemy drones fly higher. This is not one of ours. Drones have become the masters of the situation in modern battles, and the rules of the game have changed, where their use has spread in this war, pushing both armies to form teams for drone control and others for defensive interception to reduce their risks, where neutralizing them has become an urgent priority. Extreme fear and caution as drones fly at low altitude. The Ukrainian forces are a few kilometers away from our position in villages. I hit it. It fell. It fell. Move away. The luggage is burning. What is burning there? The things are burning. We need water. Don't touch anything. Be careful. Did the luggage burn? Yes. Yes. Move the ammunition away. Explain to me what you have in your hand. This is an OS-4 from enemy drones, a suicide one. It flies using optical fibers, which allows it to stay outside the jamming range, and it can hit the target from a greater distance. One can say that with these devices, they are killing us. How does the drone drop bombs? One way, unmanned aircraft. As you see here, the shell is fixed, and here are the optical fibers. And while it flies, it releases these fibers. The camera spots the target, dives on it, then explodes. With a mixture of explosives or any incendiary material, which causes shrapnel of varying sizes depending on the type of explosive material. The larger the materials, the more terrifying their effect. There it is. Wait, wait, wait. The sniper tries to shoot down the drones before they hit their targets, but some of them explode even after being shot down. They seek to find us, detect our positions, and then destroy them. So it is better to blow them up. That is why our eyes are always fixed on the sky. Everyone is afraid, and we are also afraid, but we have no choice. To return home alive and with the hope that everything ends peacefully.
Military operation management has changed now, a different military template from what is known. Drones, and specifically combat formations based on electronics, have come to occupy the most important position because it has become impossible to conduct any combat operations without a highly advanced drone unit. And this is an important point. If you have a very advanced drone unit, this automatically means your opponent has the same capabilities too. So you must have an advanced radio-electronic unit to be able to counter enemy drones. These two components complement each other, and they are in continuous competition.
In this place, the residents who remained in the city of Sudzha gather for their evacuation, where volunteer teams and the Russian Ministry of Emergency Situations arrive to evacuate civilians since the Russians took control of the city, and they are transported daily. As individual, cases or groups sometimes. The number of displaced people who reached the city of Kursk exceeded 500 displaced people, including the sick and elderly and people with special needs, in addition to those injured by rocket shrapnel and shells of the bloody battles. Volunteer teams linked to the Russian army, as well as the Ministry of Emergency Situations and social institutions, are working on evacuating the civilians who remained in the city of Sudzha and its suburbs.
Let the lady get inside, brother. Let the grandmother stay in her place. This is your place, Grandma. Yes, sit in your places. As for you, get in.
How many people did you evacuate today?
Today, 6 people. And the work is still ongoing. We will send 3 people now. And here, the car has arrived. As you see, there was an attempt to target us with a drone. At this time, the situation is dangerous. Since the shelling is ongoing, we are working to evacuate civilians as quickly as possible. And you too, be as careful as possible. You saw how a drone was shot down.
As we entered the area, we came across an old woman who told us her house was destroyed by a Ukrainian missile.
Right here in this spot, the fire was blazing. Artyom was trying to extinguish it.
It is clear the house was completely destroyed, yet the lady is still here taking care of the sheep and chickens, refusing to go to Kyiv with the Ukrainians or even to evacuate to Kursk after the Russian army entered. The imam managed to convince the lady whose house was destroyed to leave dangerous Sudzha and head to safe areas toward Kursk. He promised to take care of her animals until the crisis ends and reconstruction begins, so she can return to her home. She agreed and left with him, reassured, even falling asleep safely on the way. And so, the evacuation of citizens from dangerous areas continued in Kursk to safe areas. Vehicles arrived successively from the city of Sudzha, transporting stranded displaced civilians in the city to safe areas in Kursk province.
For 8 whole months we struggled to get any heating. We would cut trees to get firewood and put it in the stove to cook whatever food we could to stay alive. The Ukrainians treated us badly. Even the water we got from the river, they put barbed wire on it to prevent us from reaching it. And finally, we started to feel some joy when the shelling decreased. The shelling was continuous, including with drones. They were bombing civilians.
The main and decisive confrontations were in the first 2 days. After that, the enemy fled from the confrontation, so all that remained for us was to pursue his trail, clear the area, and advance. There were 3 towns that remained in the enemy's grip. What they did was they directed bombers towards Sudzha and nearby towns to continuously bomb our forces in an attempt to target our forces and limit our advance.
How far are the Ukrainian forces from Soida city? I think we managed to repel them outside the border village. Black smoke is rising. Are they hitting this area? The border is not far, in principle, and long-range shells can hit the adjacent areas near the outskirts of Sumy. So we are close to Sumy's border. The turn towards Sumy is close from here. Didn't you see it on your way here? It is possible to head to Sumai from here. Most likely they are shelling us from there.
The cells that we have not yet eliminated, whether Ahmat forces or others, are still retreating towards Sumai province and to liberate Kursk. Only a few villages and towns remain, which means that clearing the area is only a matter of time and nothing more.
The Ukrainian forces' entrenchment inside Kursk province near Sumai pushed the Russian president to visit the province, directing his fighting forces to defeat the enemies and complete control over the entire territory of the region.
Our first mission in the current situation is to completely destroy the enemy as quickly as possible after he entrenched himself in the lands of Kursk.
The border between Ukraine and Russia, and here we are talking about Sumai province and Kursk province. Shells are falling continuously from the nearest points on the border confrontation line between Russia and Ukraine in Kursk province, where continuous fighting and non-stop shelling between the Russian and Ukrainian armies. The Russian army is advancing to liberate the entire Kursk province, while the Ukrainian army is trying to withdraw completely from Kursk province. It is also trying to infiltrate the other side south of Kursk toward Belgorod province. The battles continued, and Russian fighters along with North Korean forces increased pressure on the positions where the Ukrainian army was entrenched on the outskirts of Sumai province, until the Ukrainian forces were gradually expelled from the towns where they had entrenched themselves.
The units that were at the forefront, some of them from paratrooper units, were directed to liberate the 3 towns we mentioned. I can say here that they performed excellently and succeeded in uprooting the enemy completely from the area. This was done in coordination with an infantry unit and a paratrooper unit.
On April 26, 2025, the head of the Russian General Staff announced full control over all territories of Kursk province.
To the Comrade Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, today the last town in Kursk province was liberated from Ukrainian military units, and thus the complete destruction operation of the units of the Ukrainian Armed Forces that invaded Kursk was completed.
After the army liberated the entire territory of Kursk, it continued to infiltrate inside Ukrainian territory, controlling several towns in Sumai province to create a buffer zone, with battles continuing until now to push the danger away from Russian territory, especially since the Ukrainian forces infiltrated Belgorod province and are trying to return to Kursk territory.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Lisbon. Here's what you can see, eat, and do in Europe's most scenic capital, Lisbon. First on the list, Fado. Melancholy will always be a part of the Portuguese psyche, and fado is the way it is best expressed. Lisbon's profoundest passions and sorrows are heartfelt in fado, which are haunting strains of which can be heard throughout the city. Fado music interprets saudade, an emotional and heartfelt yearning that's sung over mellow guitar tunes. The most popular icon of this type of musical expression is Amalia Rodriguez, who was born in Lisbon and is known as the Queen of Fado. Her contributions in music were instrumental in popularizing fado to the world. Simply dining in one of the many restaurants in Lisbon that stage live fado performances will give you the experience you need. Next are the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods in Lisbon have very distinct personalities, each with a unique history. The oldest one is Alfama, a Moorish quarter. The maze of narrow cobbled streets and steep alleyways that surround the castle conjure up images of an Arabic Kasbah. There you will find elegant shops, historic cafes, and chic restaurants. You won't fall short of festivals to attend in Lisbon. In June, the capital celebrates St. Anthony's Festival, also known as the city's biggest and brightest street party. Thousands of locals come in colorful costumes, parading down Avenida da Liberdade in honor of their favorite saint. And then, of course, there's the Nós Alive Music Festival, which lasts for 3 days. Then there's the Superbox Super Rock concert program, which takes place in Parque das Nações. Finally, there's the food. In Lisbon, food is affordably cheap, but intensely delicious. They always serve a dish of the day, or prato do dia, and can be considered among the cheapest in Europe. Being a seafaring nation, fresh fish and seafood are of course staple in most restaurants. The cod or bacalhau is a must-try. Lisbon's Mediterranean cuisine involves Brazil, Mozambique, and other ex-colonies spice up the ethnic menu. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.